Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551 Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a public hearing meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, June 26, 2025 at 5:01 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at the Austin ISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T UVerse. Closed captioning in English is available on those platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. Welcome and thank you for joining us. Next is an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly pertaining the 2025-2026 Austin ISD budget. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public hearing portion of our meeting called a dedicated Austin ISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. Tonight, we have no caller signed up to speak in person, and we have one who left a recorded message. We will now play that message for public testimony, so please listen carefully.
Good evening. My name is Raul Longoria, an Austin up-close graduate, and I'm here to urge Austin ISD to reverse its decision to lay off. Is not just another employee. She's a connector, problem solver, and a fierce advocate of public education. Her absence will leave a noticeable void in how this district builds trust with its community. Under her leadership, she secured over $1 million for the Parent Support Specialist. And for the first time ever, live in-person interpretations at graduation, allowing families to fully participate in their children's success. Now, as we face campus closures and consolidation, we need more community engagement, not less, and we need her. Please do not let short-term budget choices destroy long-term trust and progress. Reinstating is not just the right move, it's a necessary one. Thank you.
Thank you to our caller. This concludes public testimony. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? Thank you. As a reminder to the public, please feel free to share any general comments or questions on non-voting items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. And next is a presentation of the 2025-2026 proposed general fund, food service, and debt service budgets. Mr. Segura, would you please introduce this item?
Good evening, President Boswell, members of the board. I'd like to invite up Ms. Katrina Montgomery, our interim chief financial officer, to take us through the presentation.
Hello, I'm President Boswell and Superintendent Segura and the board. Today we're going to go over the FY 25-26 proposed budget. This is a budget that you've seen, but we're going to kind of go through it step by step. This slide tells us this budget prioritizes what matters most. So what matters most to Austin ISD? Our students, our educators, as well as our staff. So we're very proud to produce this budget. The general fund budget assumptions, this slide gives us how did we just create the budget? What is the foundation of the budget? So student data, our enrollment is at 72,303. This is at the time of snapshot. Since snapshot, our enrollment numbers have increased. We're doing the snapshot number to make sure we're just being as conservative as possible when planning how we're gonna move forward through the next fiscal year. Our average daily attendance is at 93%, and our average daily attendance is 64,100. Our tax collections, our change in property values, we're showing a decrease of 2% change in property values, and the change in tax collections is also 2% with a 99% tax collection rate. So one of the things we want to make sure that we're clear about on this slide is Travis Central Appraisal District gave us our numbers in April. We will get the final numbers in July, but we feel that these numbers are very conservative. These are the numbers that we should be using to create our budget. For FY 25-26 proposed budget summary, you've seen this, but let's go through it. We have our general fund, and so our general fund revenue is $1.58 billion, less our recapture of $715.5, operating expenditures of $984.1. We have school improvement. Normally, this is in our operating expenditures line item, but we wanted to make sure that we pointed out how much we're spending and investing in school improvement, which is $8 million. Our vacancy savings is $15.3 million. Land sales of $45 million, which are 2 properties. PEMS reform, which just means us making sure how we report our information to TEA, that it is accurate and as scrubbed as possible. We believe we can get an additional $1 million from that. And state funding, we have some slides that'll go over that later for $9 million. Master schedule efficiencies, other identified strategies, and force reductions. We're going to talk about those in detail in a second. So what this shows is the adoption net change in fund balance would show that we're taking from our fund balance $19.7 million, which will leave our fund balance at 15.21%. The one thing we want to talk about here at this 19.7 is we are still committed to trying to reduce this deficit. This 19.7 is what we're asking the board to approve today, but this is not a stopgap. This doesn't mean, oh, we got to 19.7, we're at 15.21% that we stop. We're going to continuously do work to reduce the deficit over the next fiscal year. So some of the identified strategies, the one I want to call out first is the central office restructure. And you see it says budgeted strategies of $10 million. But then also we've seen that our superintendent sent us a letter showing that it was $9.6 million. But then we only have $6 million. So I want to talk about that. The $10 million is our total amount that we were going to reduce from central office, whether it was grant funds, bond funds, Title I, wherever the money came from. And the $6 million date that we have now, we believe that it will grow, but that is general fund. So when we're looking at the right-hand side, we're looking at what has happened with the general fund. So we have supplementary programs, which we have some in mind, but that is more TBD. Special education, we want to reduce from contract $7 million. Our centralized special education placement, we have $2 million, but we have TBD. We want to figure out how can we do this so that we can not have a negative impact to our students, but that we can also have savings. So we're going to figure out how we can do this the best. State funding, which we talked about, these are just projections of $9 million net. Property insurance, we're saving $3 million. 10% campus non-staff, so $800,000. So that's one of the strategies. Do we reduce the campus budgets by 10%? That's still TBD. 5% department budget, so we're going to ask all of our chief officers to reduce their budget by 5%, totaling an additional $3 million. And this is non-staffing dollars because we know we just impacted staffing. PPFT reconciliation is $1 million. Now, I want to be clear with this $1 million. This is not saying that we're cutting the PPFT program. It is already in our salaries budget. So this is just a separate line item that had it there. This is not this is just removing it from the budget. It is not removing PPFT for our teachers. Benefits contribution hold, we did that this year. We did 2 months that totaled $9 million. So this year we're going to do one hold for $4 million. And then there are still other administration strategies, possibly reducing stipends that we have to look at. The one thing I want us to leave here with is that this $44 million is what we knew that we had to get to the 15.21%. So if any one of these strategies go higher, so if we get additional state funding, we can do one of two things. We can reduce another line item, or we can just throw that back into our fund balance. But what we are committed to doing is making sure, whether these strategies all hold 100% or not, that we will reduce $44 million in FY 25-26. So central office restructure, we've talked about that. We know that the staff went through this over the last few weeks, totaling $9.6 million. Again, remember the $9.6 million is in total. And we have little check marks to show how we've kind of gone through the timeline. The next timeline date is August 1st, which is employment changes take effect. Changes in general fund, this is a slide that we've talked through before. It shows our FY 24-25 adopted budget versus our proposed budget. And the biggest line item we have here is 91, which we're going to talk about on this slide. The contracted instructional services, which we know is recapture. You can see that it's saying that our recapture reduced $105 million, but our recapture reduced, but also our revenue reduced because of the change in property value. So this $105 million million is not additional money that we can use to spend on our budget. We wanted to call that out. You also see 31 in the middle of the page, an additional $16 million that was for special ed education contracts. So our stable state multi-year balanced budget, we didn't get where we wanted to this year having a balanced budget, but that is still something that we're going to work hard at, is making sure that we have a balanced budget year over year over year. That's very important, and protecting the quality of our education for our students. District administration is committed to a budget that achieves at minimum a 15% fund balance for FY 25-26. The budget that we're producing, showing you today, is 15.21%. A fund balance policy. It's a lot of words here that we have here. In the event extenuating circumstances resulting in a budget deficit, the district may maintain a fund balance as low as 15% up to 3 years. And so there's going to be a policy vote later this afternoon that you guys will vote on changing it from 20% to 15.21. If I remember correctly, that's 12.7 on the agenda items. But the chart helps us explain it much easier. Year one, it says we'd be at 15%. We're already over that. We're at 15.21. Superintendent Segura and I have talked about making sure we're never just going to slide through. So if it's 15%, we always want to make sure that we're doing more. And then in FY 27-28, we'll be back. So as of June of 2028, we'll be back to our 20% fund balance. This is a slide that Chief Jacob Reach presented last week or 2 weeks ago at our previous session. So this slide hasn't changed. The only thing we've updated is of the $35.9 million that we believe Austin ISD will receive, $9 million net of that will stay with Austin ISD. The rest of it has specific restrictions and guidance given by the legislature. So this slide is Austin ISD certified property values, and the reason we wanted to show this slide is simple because we wanted to talk about SB 4 and SB 23. We know if those are approved in November that there will be an increase in the homestead exemption. So in 23-24, the homestead exemption went from $40,000 to $100,000, and then for 25-26, if it goes through and pass in November, it'll go from $100,000 to $140,000. So when we get our updated numbers from Travis Central Appraisal District in July, there should be 2 sets of numbers. It should be one at our current property values, but then one as if this passed in November. So we'll have additional information of which to kind of do our amended budget in September. So the average value home in Austin ISD, you've seen this document. We've done it when we did the 2022 bond. You've seen it at Vader. We just wanted to show our community how this would impact them, as well as how this will impact Austin ISD. So the first little house is with the $100,000 homestead exemption for FY 24-25, where the average home taxable value is $558,000, and then you have a $100,000 homestead exemption, the Austin ISD tax rate, and the estimated taxes to Austin ISD is $4,357. So that's saying this is what the average homeowner at a value of $558,000. The one thing I want to point out is that we know that we have a lot of families who don't have a $558,000 home value, so then their value would be different. It would be less. So this is the average home value, homeowner at the $558,000. And then to the far right, this is with the $140,000 tax homestead exemption. It would go from $4,357 to $4,040. So that would impact Austin ISD for this particular homeowner $317. So we would receive $317 less, and they would pay less as well. So we wanted to talk about compensation. We know that year over year, Austin ISD has been committed and dedicated to giving additional pay to our staff. The column that we really want to spend some time with on is FY 25-26. Our preliminary estimates from HB2 is that we'll receive $17.4 million. And the way this will be distributed is $2,500 for each classroom teacher with at least 3 to 5 years experience. And we're saying that that is approximately 600 of our teachers. So approximately 600 of our teachers will receive an additional $2,500. The $5,000 for each classroom teacher would be for 5 or more years, and that's approximately 3,000 of our teachers. The other thing we have this year is TIA. $5.3 million will be received for Austin ISD for TIA, the teacher incentive allotment, and we're saying that that will go to approximately 600 of our teachers. So you can see that our teachers have opportunities and will be receiving rate increases over this next 25-26 fiscal year.
Yeah, Katrina, if you don't mind, I think it's important, this is a slide that we haven't seen before, organized in this way. And when we started the conversation, we talked about how, the budget is a document, right, that binds our values with, like, our board, governance, all of it. And so I think it's important for all of us, me especially, to communicate out the continued commitment to pay staff, increase salaries as best we can, but we also have to acknowledge that every time we do that, there's a competing, challenge that we have to get those costs elsewhere, because the pressure that we're getting from the state is it's immense, right? And so going back from 22-23, showing the investment of $21 million, 23-24, $64 million, and then the tax rate election, that was less than a year ago, that we worked so hard to communicate out and educate our community on, had a meaningful impact. And then here we are again. So there's lots of charts, there's lots of comparisons that occur in a region, but I think it's important to talk about, we are investing in our staff, and we do things that are aligned with our values, and it's important to just kind of remember why we do it and what we've done just in the last couple of years. So just want to make that point, but continue on. Thank
you very much. And then this is our slide, teacher pay raises. So at the bottom, it just kind of gives us a little bit more information. In July, we will do the consultation with Ed Austin to finalize the compensation plan. August 21st, the board vote on approval of the compensation agreement. September 15th, compensation letters go out to employees receiving increases. And then September 30th, new rates and retro payments will be received on their normal paycheck. And finally, our next step, so we're here today for the hearing. Later tonight, you will vote on the budget. So today is July 26th, July 25th, June 26th. July 25th, we have our TCAD final certified values. So that's when we'll start making some changes with our budget. September of 2025, we're committed to, at the very least, at that point, bringing an amended budget to review the items listed below, the TCAD final property values, the HB2 final estimates, compensation will be finalized, as well as any forced reductions. And then December, March, and May, at the very least, we will bring in an amended budget as needed. And that is it for the presentation. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Ms. Montgomery. Trustees, do we have questions? Trustee Hunter.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. I don't actually have a question, but I would like you to review something again, the slide with the 39, I think it's $0.5 million. If we can go back to that slide.
Which slide?
It's with AISD, like from HB2, I think it's right after that. Yes, this one. You mentioned it, and I just don't want it to escape people. Everyone will see this number, but can you reiterate, like, the money that is actually not attached to something else already?
Yes. So this slide shows what we believe from Mo Casey's information, what Austin ISD will receive. These are still estimates, but it's $35.9 million. The net of that, there are restrictions and requirements placed on this money from the legislature. So the net that we're projecting that Austin ISD will receive that's not tied to something else will be $9 million.
Thank you so much.
You.
Thank you. Additional, Trustee Quintana.
First, I wanted to clarify if these minutes count against our...
This is a legally required hearing, so these are neutral minutes under
Okay.
Lone Star governance.
Thank you.
And this is obviously an important topic of importance to our communities, so I appreciate that we can discuss this as needed.
Okay, thank you. I have two questions. Hi, thank you. My first one is about slide 9. If we can go to slide 9, the fourth line, the centralized special education placement. I guess I'm just wondering what that's going to look like and how many students will be affected.
Yeah, so Trustee Quintana, I can speak to that. One of the things that we have heard from many of our advocates, and one of the things that we know is we don't have a program if the staff isn't there. And so we do have different units throughout AISD, and over the course of many, many years, there have been hubs that have been kind of created. And so there are schools that have student populations that receive special education services that are north of 30%. And so we are an inclusive school district, but we know that there are times when you may have the unit, but the staff isn't there. And one of the things that we know is that the staff isn't there, is the program really whole? Are you really providing that service? And so right now we have vacancies, there are costs associated with covering, and then you have kind of a ratio that is not necessarily what it could be if it was just managed differently. So what we're saying is this is not a total overhaul by any means, just to be clear. This is in those instances where a central placement can be made to provide the service and have the person certified in that space, then we'd like to take that opportunity. It's an estimate. It may not ultimately get there, but that's the approach that we're taking.
Okay. Thank you. And then if we could go back to slide, was one of the first ones. Yeah, I guess slide 3, where you're talking about our fund balance being at 15.21. You mentioned, oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong slide. There's another slide that says, on slide 8, that has how it will go from the 15% to 20% in a year. And I'm just wondering how that is going from year 2026, 27 to 27, 28. You have a 5% jump there. And I'm wondering if you have any ideas as to how we're going to make that happen.
So I think one of the things that needs to be made clear is by the June of 2028. So effectively, you get the entire fiscal year of 27, 28 to make that final adjustment. And so, as far as strategies go, there's lots of them in front of us, not only to be implemented in 25, 26, 26, 27 as well, so that we can begin, in 27, 28. So there are lots of strategies. I mean, we're going to be talking about consolidations later tonight. We're going to have to continue to push. It's not a one-year turnaround. A one-year turnaround would require us getting to a balanced budget and then actually having additional proceeds to increase the fund balance. So it is not a one-year kind of recovery time period.
So then I don't understand, and what does this mean?
Can you put the slide? Oh, it's easier to speak
Slide
to
8,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, so what it's saying here is 24, 25, the fiscal year that we're currently in, that we're about to finish, we started the year with a board passage of above 20%. Over the course of the year, it went below 15%, and we have been making significant cuts to get it back above 15% by the end of this coming year. And so over the course of a year, we have a fund balance, and cash gets drawn down, and we get funds from the Travis County Appraisal District. So when we talk about a fund balance, it's a tied to the end of the year or the beginning of the year, because throughout the year there's always a draw up or down. And so what we're saying is for 24-25, we are going to end the year with a deficit, which is going to draw our fund balance down, which means that we're going to start the next fiscal year with a fund balance, and have strategies in place to maintain that fund balance or get it back to 15.2%. So the goal right now is to end 25-26 at 15.2, and then for 26-27 continue to work, getting to a stable budget, and then fund the fund balance with any additional costs, any additional revenue that we can find, because we have to continue to cut to get back to a balanced budget. So that's 26-27, and then the goal is for 27-28 So we would get to work through 27, 28, and at the end of 27, 28, which is June of 2028, hit 20%. So you get really 3 years to do the work to get back to that point.
I guess I'm just not a mathematician or a school finance expert. And so when I'm looking at these numbers, they seem really nebulous to me because we say we're going to have 20, except in the case that we don't, then we can have the 15 if we vote on it. And the goal is 20, but we don't really have like a map of how we're going to get there, but there's strategy. I guess I'm just trying to find, concrete, if any of this is concrete, or if I'm just being cynical, and you can tell me that. But like, when I think about my time working in government at City Hall and at our state legislature, and they write something into law, I'm not sure that people are planning, that those legislators or city council people are planning for the next iteration of that body to come in and change it. Because then to me, it's like, then what's the point of having a 20% fund balance if we're just going to change it? And I understand it is extenuating circumstances. I understand the position that this board is in. But, if we, why 15? Like, why not 10? Like, why don't we vote for it to go to 10?
So one of the things that we want to make sure that we have on hand is cash, because we rely on cash to ensure that we can make payroll, so that we can pay all of our expenses. And so one of the slides that we produced earlier in the year had kind of the cash flow profile over the course of the year. And, starting now, we're going to be, July, August, September, we will be paying out money, a lot more money than comes in. And so we rely on our fund balance to help us kind of never have to actually get a line of credit extended for us. And so it's really, really important. And then also, whenever there's a significant event, like when we had Winter Storm Uri, or we had the pandemic, we were pushing out dollars, paying staff, that were not working. We were paying for PPE. We were doing response work before we were getting reimbursed from insurance companies or from FEMA. And so, 15% is as low as I will ever go. Katrina and I, it's about 2 months of operating expenditures at cash on hand. We want to be at 3 months or 90 days of operating expenses. So that's why 15%, and why not 10 or 14 or anything other than that. Our preference is 20%. We want to get up to 20%. But again, we already cut a lot in 25, 26. We're showing it's $44 million. That's on top of the tens of millions that have already been cut. And so if you get to 20%, the disruption to the system is pretty significant in the time that we have. So we have to stabilize and then build back out, which is why the 3-year time horizon is appropriate. Any bigger of an adjustment too quick is pretty significant and very disruptive. And even the ones that we've taken are already very disruptive. So that's what we're trying to manage through this process.
What happens if we don't, if we vote against it? What does that look like then?
The budget?
Not the budget. We have to approve, isn't this its own
The policy.
vote? Yeah.
I mean, we would be in conflict with the policy. I mean, that would be, and then, that's what would happen. And so people, there'd be an option for someone to, grievances.
You may be subject to grievances or other concerns from the public that we're violating policy. TEA can make a determination.
So if we vote no, then we're violating policy, but I thought a vote was, so our vote is dictated by policy? Our yes vote is dictated by policy?
Do you want to come up here, Jacob? Yeah.
Yeah, so you have a policy that establishes that kind of minimum threshold. You can do things that violate policy, right? That happens. It's not a best practice. It's not what we would advise. So if you have a policy that says we're going to have a minimum 20% fund balance, and we're faced with circumstances that require us to adopt or consider adopting a budget that can't meet that, you know, you can do that in violation of policy, but you know you're going to have to adopt a budget. Like, not adopting a budget by the end of the fiscal year is not really an option, right? So there would not be, in my opinion, there would not be a good reason not to approve that policy if you are going to adopt the budget. You've gotten pretty far down the road with this this question of the fund balance. So at this hour, I think it makes sense to adopt the policy for that consistency.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Singh, did you have a comment? No. Okay. Additional questions? Trustee De Odrioste?
Just regarding the centralized placements for special education, do we have a projection on when we would identify those and when the families would be notified of change of place? Is that something that's going to be going on ongoing during the year, or are we trying to do that before the start of the year?
Well, so one of the things that this is why the last couple $1 million matter here. So you see the amendment in September that's coming back. Well, you know, there's $9 million. So you see centralized special education placement, projected strategy, budgeted strategy to be determined. Because we've identified it, the implementation of it's going to require some planning, notification to families. And here's the thing, if the $9 million from the state ends up being $10.5 million, then that changes. Every one of these numbers slightly change. And so what we're trying to do with this table here is show you that there's nuance in these final numbers, and we're really, really trying to stay away from the things that will have the impact closest to the classroom. And so we will spend the summer building it out, making sure we identify, you know, if we have to go down that path, what it looks like. But we have identified it as a potential kind of opportunity. So it'll be, you know, through the month of July and then notifications in early August, if that's how we end up implementing.
Okay, so I appreciate hearing that that's one of the items that hopefully we don't have to cut as much. But definitely I know, I'm expecting that we are going to get continuing questions from families about that. So kind of solidifying that timeline. But just to clarify, what I'm hearing is that there's potential that for that budget update later, after the start of the year, we would have identified that we wouldn't need to cut as much.
Correct. That's why, that's exactly right. The ones that are TBD, those are the ones that, you know, because one of the things we're trying to do as an administration for our board is to be really clear and not just say, hey, this is $9 million, but how much of it is actually realized as we talk about putting it above the line, so we can actually embed it in the budget. And there are things that have been put into the budget that we have identified, we have already cut, and so they're in there, they're baked, they're part of the $1 billion that are not on the slide. These are the ones that help us get to the 15.2%. We're committed to the 44 million, but now as you see, these numbers have gotten really, really small. So it's a $500,000 swing one way or the other. And so some of these numbers, the larger ones especially, if they move $1 million, then some of these smaller ones, the 0.5s, the 1s, the 2s, will fall off. So the goal now is to detail them out. We'll get information from Travis County Appraisal District. We'll get additional information from the lead, from HB2 as things settle out. That'll help us come back in September, and you'll see what it looks like. But we'll provide updates along the way before that as well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Trustee Foster?
Just as we, I guess, proceed to several really important decisions tonight, I just want to express some gratitude to the administration, and to the finance team for the work you all have, a whole bunch of people have been doing. And I think it's worth not losing sight of the fact that this is, when it comes to the fiscal work of the district, this is and has been for a couple years now an operationally strong organization. We have strong principles. We have, you come with strategies. You've been very transparent about the discussion of the potential, like we can do this, or we can do this, or we can do this. We come back to the board for clarification in terms of what most aligns with our vision. And I've really appreciated those conversations. And you've consistently demonstrated a capacity to execute. So we're going to look at this, and when you come back, you say, we've been able to do this, and here's how, and here's why. So I appreciate all of that. And we're being put to the test right now. I think probably like never before. As a result, on the principal side, the board we have to look at our policies. I'm a 20% person myself, and this has been very, very difficult for me to think about making that push down to 15%. And I think I was a no several months ago when this conversation was first introduced. And through conversations, through transparency, I've been able to see why I can follow the recommendation that we accept this 3-year term of 15%, with an eye to, there's a deadline for that, and we're getting back to 20. That's really important. We've sold real estate, and I'm not a sell real estate guy. I don't really like that we've had to do this, because those are things that you're locked. There's only so many acres here, and when we give them away, we ain't getting them back. And this is where we've been positioned by external circumstances. So again, our principles have been challenged, and we've had to say, okay, where are my lines and why? And am I willing to lose the baby for the bathwater kind of thing? And then most painful of all, and I think as painful as those other things are, there's nothing like losing staff and having to go through the pain of restructuring. That means that people that are doing things that they love and that they do super well are not going to be in a position to be doing those with us and for us right now, if we approve a budget as it is. So this is hugely consequential, and it's incredibly difficult, and I'm grateful for this, and I don't take any of tonight's conversations around our budget lightly, not that I ever would, but especially now when we're talking about the reality of our family having to change in certain ways. So I guess I just want to express some gratitude, acknowledge the weight of these decisions, and sort of express my confidence in the administration with what you've put forward tonight.
Thank you. Additional questions? Trustee Singh?
No, you can go.
Okay.
Thank you. So Katrina, Ms. Montgomery, you're really good at breaking down the budget in like personal talk. Like these numbers get really, really big. And so I want to give an analogy, and I want you to tell me if this is like a legitimate analogy or like not quite there. So when I think of our fund balance policy, like I think of like a family that has a policy that says we save 20% of our salary. Like that's what we do. First, we put it into savings because we want to, have a cushion to pay our mortgage or our rent if something happens. So some people, some families have the privilege to do that, and some people, aren't there yet. And so I look at that like, maybe my family has a policy to save 20%, to put in the IRA or, wherever we put it. And then, I find out my class didn't make. And so, where our money is less than we budgeted. We have everything budgeted out just right. And my kid really, really needs therapy to make the progress that they're making, and it's something that we pay for out of pocket. So I can choose to stick to my role and, we're gonna cut that therapy. Or I could say, all right, that's really, really important. We're going to put less in our savings account now. And then we're gonna plan, we're stuck in our phone contract. We could get a cheaper one that doesn't have as much data, but we're stuck in that another year, and we can make some plans, but we're just doing this right now. Is that
That is
out of there?
1,000% it.
Okay.
That is as clear as you can get for us non-accountants who are dealing with this with their families. So yes, we all go into adulthood saying, I was told that I was supposed to have 10%. backed up, or I'm supposed to tithe, or I'm supposed to do all of these things, right? But also there are times where we have to decide, to Trustees Foster, this is what's important to me, but this is also my value. And so we are at that time, we are at that juncture now where we could say yes, and I think our superintendent explained it. We could say yes, we're going to stick with 20%, but then the cuts that have already been really hard, they would have been a lot harder. There would have been more reductions to staff. There would have been more reductions to non-staffing. Maybe possibly the next thing is to our campuses, which we're saying this is not our value. So yes, I understand what we're saying, how hard it is to reduce to 15%, and your analogy was 1,000% correct.
Okay, thank you. Because I think of it like times the 73,000 kids who like next year is their only year they get to be in kindergarten. They get one shot to do that and one chance to have a senior year. And, you know, what would I want done for my kid, you know, by the community? Because I actually think it's easier for people like in your position and the superintendent's position to say, we're gonna cut. I think it's actually probably like more common to do something like that. So I'm really like glad that we were able, like, we made really, really hard cuts, but it really shows our values and where, you know, what all families want is to be able to send their kid to school next year with the confidence that they're going to get taken care of and not disrupted. So thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Sting, are you ready yet?
I am, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. I know. I know, you really are doing a great job. Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. Okay, so a few questions. On slide, I believe it's slide 9, I want to say. Oh, wait, no, not slide 9. Keep going. It's the one that has like the TBD cuts. Yeah, this one. Okay, this is really helpful, and I want to just show gratitude to our superintendent and to the CFO for making it really clear about what cuts are certain. You've already made the decision. You've already identified the cuts at the line item level, and those are the ones that are in that last column, identified to date strategies, correct? Okay, and then the TBD items are things that you are committed to cutting throughout the course of the school year. They just haven't been identified to that granular level yet, correct? Like the specific.
Correct. The only caveat to that is movement on the bigger items will create movement on the smaller items. And so if a larger opportunity, we can find more savings, then that will make one of the smaller ones not be as required.
Got it.
So you know, there's still that flexibility, and I do want to point out the 9 million. It's a projection. It is 9 million, but it could be 9.5, and then all of a sudden the things that are $200,000 are now on the table. So that's what this table is attempting to communicate as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so
Can I add something, Superintendent Segura? But with saying, Trustee Singh, that we would at least cut the 44 million so that we can always stay at the 15.21% fund balance.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And when as things do change I think this is a really important table. As things do change on this, I know every month we approve like budget amendments and things like that, but it would be helpful to keep this table as sort of a reference to be like, hey, this thing that we're cutting actually impacted this thing over here. You know, as we do the TBDs, that's mostly what I'm interested in. Not like I don't want to know about the $100, $10,000, you know, but like the big things, you're like, hey, the 10% campus non-staff, that's the thing. Remember we had TBD at that budget meeting? Okay, now we're making the cut. So that just kind of links us back so that we don't have any surprises at the end of the year. And it allows us to kind of keep track that we're being faithful to this as well. So that would be my request. And then I wanted to ask a very superintendent-y question, which is, you know, kind of big picture. As a superintendent, what do you see are what risks are increased as a result of this budget, and which risks do you feel like are decreased as a result of this budget?
So, I think about risk a lot. I think about, and I define risk as the magnitude of something occurring multiplied by the probability of its occurrence, right? And when I think about the risks of a shift away from like 20% to 15%, there is financial risk that we're incurring. Now, it's not so great that I'm uncomfortable, but it is something that when an organization is going through financial distress, which we are, you make adjustments and you create plans and you recover. So I think that there is risk there. I think for me, what I really appreciate about the policy as part of the budget is we don't get to say no to everything. And as an organization, I've been here now 7.5 years, I think. There have been many times when we bring things forward to our community or to our staff or to the board, and we don't want to cut that. And this is not the place we want to go. And so for us to get to where we need to be, we need to take incremental steps, but they need to be big enough to mitigate the risk along the way. I think from a climate and culture perspective, being able to stay away from the schools was huge. We've seen an increase in really all of our rates. The system is responding well. There's been a lot of work that's been done over the last 2 years, and I think this budget kind of protects that work that's been done. It doesn't introduce another disruption so great that kind of moves us in the wrong direction. When you think about the things we report on with this MTSS or early literacy, I mean, those systems are moving. I think this best protects that at this moment. I think also, one last part of this is the critical work that is tied to the existential risks that we talk about. Accountability, one of the shifts that we had to make late was the investments in the restarts, as well as the structural changes we made within the system. That was a $10 million add. Well, I had to find the dollars without adding $10 million more to the budget. And so some of the changes that occurred late in the year that we took on, most notably central office, kind of was in response to things that we wanted to do over 18 months. Now we had to do within 6 months or 3 months. And so for me, you think about special education. There are still significant investments in here. In this year, we added, evaluators. We are weaning ourselves off our contracts. Those are reflected in this budget. So, those are the big risks that when I as a superintendent think about, protecting the values that we have and the quality of education, like protecting those and us from those bigger risks are what are most critical, and this budget does that. It doesn't absolve us from making hard decisions in the future. We're still going to have to do that to get to where we need to be. But I think at this moment, it's one that kind of balances all of that as best we can.
Thank you.
I don't know if that was a good response, but that's how I think about it.
That's really reassuring, actually, so thank you for outlining all of that. Okay, so I went big picture, now I'm going to go down to the details, which is, one basic question is, what is the dollar amount that we would actually need to get up to a 20% fund balance? Like roughly, I know it's not an exact, and you can come back to me with that later when we talk later, but that is a question that I have that helps kind of put into perspective like what all needs to still happen. I did really appreciate getting that 200-page behemoth of a document. I know there's some late nights there for you and others, so thank you. But I do encourage folks to take a look at that, because with budgets, as we all know, the devil's in the details, and there's a whole lot of detail in here. So I did want to just note a couple of things. One is in here, you have a list campus by campus of what the per pupil spending is. And that was super helpful for me to see, and it did also reassure me that we are using an equity lens With our campus level budgeting, you will see that there are more resources going to schools where our students need the most help. So thank you for that. And it's there in black and white. And that transparency is super important, and I encourage folks to take a look at that. I would be curious to know, I don't think it's in this document, but, at a later time, I would be curious to know if we could have a list of campuses that increase their per pupil spending, and those that decreased compared to last year. Maybe they've all decreased. I just don't really have a good sense, but that would just be another good data point for us to have. Maybe in August you can bring that to us. I don't need that right now. But the other question I had was page of this big 200-page document. Yeah, sorry. A really helpful, I think page 15 and 16 are really good. There's two sets of pages that are really good, page 15 and 16, and then I think it was that page 25 and 26, or 26 and 27. But this essentially is where you see the difference from this proposed budget for next year with the budget that we, adopted last, for the 24-25 school year. And so I'm looking at page 15. So this has, I believe these are increases, correct?
Yes, correct.
From 24-25, okay. So when I see, so I just want to call out a couple of things. One is, we have the special education evaluators and diagnosticians. We see an increase there of $8 million. And you and I had a conversation about this today, but I wanted to give you a chance to kind of explain what you explained to me about how, I was kind of surprised to see that because I thought we were going to cut out contractors, but you had a really good explanation.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Singh. So on this page 15, you see the additional special education staff. And the reason we're doing this is because what we've talked about is bringing our staff internal and stopping or reducing our reliance on contractors. So you see the increase here because we had to include this in our budget. So we had to include it in our budget, but you also don't always clearly see the reduction because the reduction is on this slide that's up here, slide 5. So it looks as if it appears that we did increase our budget, but we did because we gave them the additional staff so that they can start recruiting and hiring, which I believe Dr. Lee and her team are doing a really good job. But then there's also the offset that we're going to see the reduction in the contractors. So as we see the reductions or the expense in contractors decrease, we're going to decrease that from the budget.
Great, thank you. I also, there was something else. Well, I'll just go on to the more interesting one, which is the next slide, which is the cuts and offsets. So are we voting, this is a little bit more granular, but when we vote tonight on the budget, are we voting on the detail that is in this 200-page document as well? Or are we just voting on the overall summary? Because there's some stuff in here that really hasn't, we haven't really deliberated so much on. And so I'm just kind of wondering for slide 16.
Yes, Trustee Singh. So the items, we're not voting on the book. The book is a supplemental document, and normally we wouldn't even have this document this early. The team created it because we wanted to get you as much information to understand the budget. But no, this is a supplemental document. You're voting on the budget in knowing that we're saying, the district is saying, we're committed to getting us to 15.21%. We're committed to making sure that we have an additional $44 million in reduction. So that's what you're voting on, not the supplementary documents.
Okay, I appreciate that. So this does have some things in here that, as I spoke to you about, that caused me a little I didn't know that was happening. I saw a cut for Literacy First and, some other things that I wasn't really expecting to see. So how do we, what is the board's role in some of this more granular level stuff?
Yeah, that is really y'all approved the overall budget, the, kind of the deployment of those funds for programs, resources, within those budgets is, administrative work. An example of that might be, $20,000 in supplemental contracts for, name it. Well, the contract would come, that contract maybe wouldn't come to you, but, you're not identifying that partner. That's not the board's role. You're not sitting here and picking, because there's thousands and thousands and thousands of lines, thousands and thousands of purchase orders. I mean, it's gargantuan. And so, that's not necessarily the board's role in those subcategories, but the overall budget is obviously y'all's role in approving. And for us, we want to be hyper clear about how the funds are being deployed, how we're using them. And so when there are big line items, we try to bring them out. When there are areas of interest, we'll bring them forward. And so that's how we've approached it. And that's why there's so much data. It's a lot.
Okay, so this is really more for like transparency and illustration purposes?
Yeah, well, it's a supplemental document so that everybody understands how our budget is deployed.
Okay, because I do want, and I think because you and I have talked too, and I think in September, once we get a better sense of what we're getting from the ledge, my understanding is you're going to come back to us with even more detail. And that will be the time where we can really deliberate on maybe some of these, or just have a discussion. Like, I'm just wondering what if I need to advocate in a certain way, how do I do that?
So September is when you'll see kind of that come forward as part of the amendment. The programs that I think people have asked about, those are in the budget.
Okay.
We're going to move forward over the next 6 to 8 weeks, and as things settle out, kind of see if that's an area we have to explore or not.
Okay.
I think in supplemental programs, it's $500,000. We certainly recognize that those programs support our students. There is a need for them. But again, as things get tighter and tighter and tighter, we have to explore more and more things.
Okay.
So it'll be September.
Okay, I appreciate that. The other question I had was related to page 20, sorry, my computer's slowing down. I think it's page 26, though it's not. Sorry, I'm not able to bring that page up on my laptop right now. Shoot. Okay, well, I did notice that there was some cuts really well identified here, so thank you again for that transparency. That's really super helpful. It kind of just goes into more detail, I think, than what you had in your slide presentation. But I did have a few questions, in no particular order. I do see the property insurance, the $2 million in reduction there, so yay. I did notice a $1 million reduction in the Board of Trustees line item, so what is that for? Oh, y'all not gonna feed us anymore? Like, what's going on?
Speak to that, Jacob. Everybody cuts when we cut here in the United States,
I know.
including our trustees, which is, it's
We
important.
get PBJs, like, what's happening?
Well, first, I believe the big part of that is actually election cost.
Okay,
And so obviously, we only have an election every other year, but it
All right.
maintains in the budget, and so that was cut to make sure that it was clear. We also reduced the budget to support internal audit and other contracted services for the board.
okay,
And so that's what makes up the remainder.
okay. So our personal limo that we get to go visit schools in is not being touched,
The limo
correct?
didn't make it in.
Okay, the private plane, that's all still, I'm just
Yeah.
kidding. Okay. Okay,
And can I, just for a second,
Yes.
it's our legal services we're being more efficient with. And then last year, we significantly reduced our budget for travel and training. And that remains a reduction. And that's really changed the way that we can go to board training and professional development. And we're still getting our hours done, but yeah, that remains as well. And that was the same time a lot of travel for staff was cut, and we're maintaining that.
absolutely. And then I noticed the $4 million in cuts for transportation, so thank you. I know that was a really heavy lift. I'm just sort of calling out like the biggies.
And many of these trustees seeing, you know, and the reason I wanted to make the comment is because our ad hoc committee, who we worked with throughout the year, you know, they really worked with the finance department, they worked with staff to progress and kind of build some of these ideas out, several of which have made it into the budget. And you brought up transportation as like one that we had to work through and spend time thinking about. That's one specifically that we worked with the ad hoc committee on.
I appreciate that. I did have a question about the talent strategy systems, like that $1.2 million cut. What does that mean? What's being cut?
I believe, Trustee Singh, this is due to staffing.
Okay.
I believe that the majority, I also believe that Chief Hosack did some reduction in contractor services, but I believe most of this is staffing
Okay,
reduction.
cool. Let's see if there's anything. I know that y'all made some cuts in technology.
Right.
Are we making any cuts to, well, I'll save that for another conversation, but okay. Well, this is very helpful. It's clear there's been so much work that's put into this. And I just want to circle back to what Trustee Quintana was kind of raising earlier is like, how do we, it made me think about like how, when we do get the plan to get to a balanced budget in 27, 28, like when does that, what is that document going to look like?
Yeah, well, I think that's something that Katrina and I are kind of working through right now, because you need to have a balanced budget, you know, well before that time.
Right.
You know, to be honest, a balanced budget is the only way to get to the fund balance, being like back to a healthy 20%. So it's going to be critically important that we get to a balanced budget sooner than the time that we get to. You know, we need multiple years of balanced budget before we can build up the fund balance back 20%. So that's a commitment from Katrina and I. For me, you know, what it looks like, it's a 3-year document. It tells you precisely, you know, what areas kind of globally we're going to explore. I mean, consolidations is a big one. There are other big ones that we'll have to consider. And I think we're going to really have to understand kind of what the target amount is. You know, this year was huge. We're talking about $44 million. I mean, this last year we cut, I think, close to 60. And all of that was kind of given back.
Yeah.
Right, so it's controlling your cost, managing your budget differently, it's identifying reductions, and then taking on the next thing. So I can work with Ms. Montgomery and we can figure out what that document looks like and work with the board officers. I certainly have an idea of what that looks like, but to project out kind of whether it's going to be, you know, spring of 27 versus, you know, spring of 26, like where we'll be in that kind of trend line back to recovery. I'd want to get the input from the team before we
I appreciate that. Okay, because it says here, the policy language is going to say a board-approved restoration plan, so I just kind of wanted to be like, okay, so when are we going to get that? And maybe that can be just part of our budget calendar, which I think, are we going to approve that in August, the budget development calendar?
I don't know, when does it go?
September.
September.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Nothing. Okay, good. Thank you for this. I have just a couple of questions. One, if we can go to slide 5. Again, we love slide 5. And I know if you look at slide 5 and then we look at slide 17 with potential an amendment in September and potential quarterly updates, my understanding, and I just want to be clear if I'm understanding correctly, is those quarterly updates are an opportunity to help us understand what our path is to recover, what the process is toward realizing these cuts, to really make sure we are being transparent with our community about measurable, demonstrable, hard progress toward these goals.
Yes, President Boswell, at least once a quarter. That's what we're committed to.
Perfect, thank you. So I look forward to tracking that, and thank you for building that in now and just making that our commitment as a board and an administration. Thank you for that. I want to talk about the 15% fund balance again, and we're talking a whole lot today about all the things we have cut. I really, this was a hard choice for a lot of us, I know, and really with that commitment of not having to borrow to pay our staff, and I know we're right there at that margin, and appreciate having a plan to get back. And I know we're not the only district in the state that has a policy like this, but it is a change for us, and really we'll look forward to kind of understanding more about that path back. But I also want to talk about this choice as we look ahead to closures and consolidations and other things, what making this choice this year has allowed us to keep. Because we've been talking about cuts. We started talking, we knew at the beginning of the year that revenue from the state is not keeping up with the expenses in our schools. And that's not just us, that's a lot of people. So we very wisely, I think, started planning a very long time ago for this with the ad hoc committee, with very transparent conversations with our community, with a meeting that really was very clear about the relationship between our budget and academic outcomes. We really have been talking about this for a long time, and we have known there have been some really painful options as possibilities, and I really want to just take a moment and kind of talk about the things we chose to keep, and that extra 5% has helped us do as we move toward a balanced budget, and why those things matter so much to what happens in our classrooms.
So, one of the things that we know is that our budget is roughly 87% staff, right? And so over the last 18 months, we've desperately tried to reduce costs that were furthest away from the classroom, right? And when most of your dollars are in the classroom by way of staff and support and in our schools, it's hard to get those numbers down without going there. And so we looked at contracts first. We looked at overtime. We looked at being strategic in how we reduced our central office administrative cost ratios, but to do it organically as there's retirements or as there's opportunities. What has happened at this kind of in the spring of 2025 now is everything was compressed because of some costs that we incurred. And when you think about what we protected, well, to get to 20%, we would effectively have to do things that would bring harm to the schools. I would say the one that comes to mind is, going through a type of RIF, right, a reduction in force, because that's where our labor force is, that's where our budget is. The numbers can't be achieved that quickly without doing something that aggressive. And so that would require the board making the determination. It would require us having to look at contracts that have already been signed and going through a process. So what this allows us to do is to go through the central office kind of reorganization. It gives us time to think through consolidations, knowing that there's an opportunity to, if we do it well, to put resources in our schools where they need to be and provide better support. And if we get to that point, where we have to make that decision, it will have been after every other single thing has been done before it. And I think that's what that 5% gives us that we didn't have. If the requirement was 20%, and that was the direction, I would have gotten there, but it would have been near catastrophic. I mean, it would have been really, really difficult for us as an organization.
Thank you for that.
And I think it would harm a lot of the great work that we've done together over the last 2 years. I mean, honestly.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And I know on the table at one point, we had talked about teacher planning time would be one way to help us get there. Eliminating librarians would be one way to help us get there. Yeah. And we know that planning time has a very direct impact on the experience of our students and their learning in the classroom, and on how we retain our teachers and make sure they're being able to do their work at the very best level they can. That our librarians have a very direct impact on literacy in our district, which is obviously, of extremely high importance, and carry a lot of other weight at the school, do a lot of other roles. So I really appreciate kind of noting what we're keeping and what we've fought for by making some of these other hard cuts and what we're moving towards. So thank you for that. I also just want to really thank certainly all the staff who worked on this and everyone I know. This has been, Campus Up. A lot of people and a lot of people have tightened up and helped us reduce the deficit. Really want to thank our ad hoc committee. I know the administration and the ad hoc committee did some very important work together that has laid the foundation for us getting to this point. Want to thank everyone who engaged with the budget along the way and really invite our community. There are going to be more opportunities for people to engage as we move forward with consolidations and with more budget conversations. And this is a public budget. This is not the board's budget or the administration's budget. It's really our community's budget for our schools. And input from our community is really an important part. And as our decisions get harder and harder, being able to make hard decisions with that input is really important. So thank you to everyone who's done that. And thank you for bringing this to us after a whole lot of work. Any other questions from anyone? All right. Oh, yes, Ms. Montgomery.
I would like to take 1 second, President Boswell. I have the fortunate opportunity to sit in the front of you, but this is not my work. The ladies in this front row are dynamic. They answer my calls. They are awesome. So I want to say thank you to each one of them and the other staff. But for me, thank you to them for just putting up with me. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And thank you all for being here. Really, I know it represents a whole lot that we don't ever see. So really appreciate you joining us tonight. So we will vote on this as part of our regular meeting. At this time, we're going to adjourn our public hearing on the budget and take a short break and then return to open our turnaround plan public hearing. Secretary Gonzalez, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Meeting is adjourned at 6:12 p.m. and we will return shortly. Like, I really do. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a public hearing meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, June 26, 2025 at 6:19 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at Austin ISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. Welcome again, and thank you for joining us again. Next is an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly about turnaround plans. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public hearing portion of our meeting called a dedicated Austin ISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or audio record their remarks. Tonight we have 2 people who signed up to speak in person, and we have 8 people who left a recorded message. We'll begin with in-person testimony. In order to provide as many opportunities for input as possible within a limited time period at this meeting, each speaker will be allotted 1 minute. No substitutions or yielding of time to others is permitted. Callers who signed up to speak in person are welcome to come to the microphone when their names are called. As you come to the microphone, please press the button to turn the microphone on. There's a device that will light up as you move through your 1 minute of allotted time, and when the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in 1 sentence. Again, we ask if you, whether you come to give a complaint or praise, that you reference any staff member by position or abbreviated last name, and we ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for others at all times. Our in-person speakers for tonight are Steve Swanson and Laura Smith, and please come forward when, please come to the microphone.
I am here to speak for my students. This is a request. And coworkers, and for the students across the district, not just at my school. Speaking as a teacher at Webb Middle School, I see that a lot of staff has already had to leave. Sometimes they have to go to elementary schools or high schools, and they're in different, or even to different parts of Austin. One had just gotten they had just gotten a place close to Webb and then had to turn around and move to another place. Before the plans for the future had been even agreed upon, we had to change where we were going to go for next year. Now, we need to find staffing for our schools that have been ripped apart out of shame, and nobody would want that. Speaking as a parent of kids connected to Lamar Middle School, I am seeing that the emails updating the school that Dobie will no longer go to Lamar Middle School, but then suddenly I am hearing that after that, suddenly hear that Webb and Burnett will probably fail again this year as well, and suddenly Webb was then informed about this danger conveniently at that time during Teacher Appreciation Week. So, as a teacher that used to teach at a charter school, I want to know if this process is intended to take these students' scores away from AISD, because I care about my school, I care about my community, and I care about what's going to happen in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Swanson?
Getting help. Is it on? Is it on? Okay, yay. Good evening, I'm Steve Swanson, and I want to thank you for standing up for your rights and the rights of our students and the public by stopping the harmful TEA-driven turnaround planning process. This reveals to Texas and beyond the public in public education in Austin cares for its students. Yesterday, during the State Board of Education meeting, it was shared that TEA and its lawyers have failed in honoring the Texas Lawyers Creed and in their roles in Chapter 11 of the Texas Education Code to serve schools in public-based planning and action for school improvement. The board asked questions about the creed, which were discussed, and the board was encouraged to have TEA lawyers educate them regarding the creed, required in the creed. Lawyers who are here tonight and others who work with the AISD, please stand up and contact the TEA lawyers. Together, start educating the public regarding the creed and support AISD in standing up for the public-based planning and action for our schools, starting with stopping the turnaround planning process. I welcome your questions, and I'm here to help. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to our recorded message for public testimony, so please listen carefully.
This is Maria. I'm calling on turnaround plans. Campus intervention teams listed on school improvement webpage claim that principals were included as required by law. The principals were never included in planning or even in one conversation. There are no principals for these schools. We do not have sufficient staff for these schools, and TAPs are required to include the staff in their credentials. The community meetings were not sent out. Principals were prevented from sending out notices without approval from the district. The district didn't give approval or send out the notices. I emailed everybody in Austin ISD to try to get the notices sent out, but AISD was on holiday. Limited and very prescribed quote-unquote engagement followed with hand-selected invitees, but this was also not the required engagement. The turnaround plans are de minimis. I believe we tore apart these school communities, and it has been heartbreaking to watch. Please keep the Dobie leader as either the academic director in the school improvement office or associate principal to give the school a chance at success in rebuilding its programs that all the kids and staff called about and the district promised to protect but did not. Thank you.
Mi nombre es Jarency Sotomayor. Buenas tardes, mesa directiva y superintendente. Soy madre de familia y miembro activa de esta comunidad que es Webb, Dobie y Burnett. Estoy muy interesada, pero más preocupada por el futuro de nuestras escuelas, ya que son muy importantes para nosotros, porque son las escuelas donde nuestros hijos se estarán formando educativamente para que en un futuro puedan ellos ser unos profesionales y tengan mejores oportunidades y una vida digna. Quiero y pido, por favor, seamos incluidos en las decisiones que tomen para nuestras escuelas. Quiero que nuestra voz y nuestros derechos sean tomados en cuenta. Todo esto es por el bien de nuestros hijos y maestros y toda nuestra comunidad. Iniciemos de cero, ya que no hicieron las cosas bien desde un inicio. Iniciemos trabajando en equipo por un mejor Austin ISD. Se los pido, por favor, nos tomen en cuenta.
This is an interpretation into English of Arency Sotomayor's message. My name is Arency Sotomayor. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees and Superintendent. I am a parent and active member of this community of Webb, Dobie, and Burnett. I am very interested and even more so worried about the future of our schools, as they are very important to us because they are the schools where our children will be educated so that in the future they can be professionals and have better opportunities and a decent life. I would like and I ask that you please include us in the decisions you make for our schools. I want our voice and our rights to be considered. All of this is for the benefit of our children and teachers and our entire community. Let's start from scratch, since you didn't do things well from the beginning. Let's start working as a team for a better Austin ISD. I ask you to please take us into account.
Hola, mi nombre es Andrea Aguilar. Mi hijo va a la escuela Burnett Middle School. Estoy dando un mensaje a ustedes. ¿Quiénes son ustedes? ¿Qué conocimiento y experiencias aporta ustedes? Nosotros como padres de las 3 escuelas afectadas queremos ser incluidos en el trabajo de las escuelas y nos nos pertenece esa comunidad y será bueno que pues nos incluya a nosotros también. Nosotros estamos listos para ayudar ah, y para prepararnos no solamente para nosotros, sino para nuestros hijos. Yo pienso que nuestros hijos son nuestro primer.
This is an interpretation from Spanish into English of a message from Andrea Aguilar. Hello, my name is Andrea Aguilar. My son goes to Burnett Middle School. I am sending this message to you, those who contribute your knowledge and experience. We, as parents of the 3 affected schools, want to be included in the school's work. We belong to this community, and it would be good if you included us as well. We are ready to help and to prepare ourselves, not only for ourselves, but for our children. I believe that our children are our priority.
Bueno, mi nombre es María Ríos y yo estoy representando a las escuelas de aquí del norte de Austin, Webb, Burnett y Dobie. Por favor, Matías, que no se te olvide lo que nos has prometido. Por favor, con mucho respeto te pido, por favor, que lo cumplas. Y así podremos cocinar muy bien la barbacoa.
This is an interpretation into English of Maria Rios' message. Hi, my name is Maria Rios, and I am representing the schools here in North Austin, Webb, Burnett, and Dobie. Please, Matthias, don't forget what you promised us. Please. Very respectfully, I ask you to please honor it, and that way we will be able to make a really nice barbecue.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Leonard. I was a math teacher at Webb Middle School. Yesterday, my good friend, Mr. S.S., and I went to the State Board of Education. We informed them about the Texas Lawyers Creed and a little bit more about what's going on with our district, the harm that the turnaround plan is causing. The more that we try to understand this situation, the more that we uncover that this is a systemic rights violation, starting with Texas lawyers who are their due diligence would be to follow the Texas Lawyers Creed, inform the public of their rights, and act with integrity, not to follow private agendas, etc. TEA should be training us all in school planning. That has not happened. TEA has not trained AISD and all relevant parties within Austin ISD in school. Should not be allowed to intervene in our district. And AISD board members should be aware of all of this, and they should be making sure that these things are being followed by the TEA before they agree to these plans. And thank you for listening. Please educate yourselves on the creed.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Berta Varela. Soy madre de familia y miembro de la comunidad de la escuela Webb. Estoy en representación de las escuelas Webb, Dobie y Burnett. Quiero pedirle al superintendente y cada uno de los miembros de la mesa directiva que sean transparentes, que nos tomen en cuenta en sus planes, en sus decisiones, que trabajemos juntos, ustedes como responsables del Distrito Independiente de Austin y nosotros como padres y miembros de la comunidad. No queremos que la TEA traiga sus escuelas charter o que intervengan en nuestras escuelas. Queremos una educación de calidad para nuestros hijos. Por favor, trabajemos juntos y hagamos un distrito independiente de Austin grande y fuerte. Gracias.
This is an interpretation into English of Berta Varela's message. Good afternoon. My name is Berta Varela. I am a parent and a member of the community of Webb Middle School. I am representing Webb, Dobie, and Burnett Middle Schools. I want to ask the superintendent and each of the board members to be transparent, to consider us in your plans, in your decisions, to work together with us, you as those responsible for the Austin Independent District, and us as parents and community members. We don't want TEA to bring its charter schools or to intervene in our schools. We want a quality education for our children. Please, let's work together to make a great and strong Austin Independent District. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Me dirijo a usted, superintendente. Matías y a la mesa directiva. Mi apoyo es para las escuelas, nuestras escuelas Webb, Dobie, Burnett. Mi nombre es María Ochoa y soy madre de familia de la escuela Burnett, de una alumna de la escuela Burnett. Creo que se necesita trabajar más acorde con los padres y maestros que nos hagan partícipes de los cambios que hacen o que harán. Y una de mis preocupaciones es que tengan maestros para los niños con necesidades especiales. Uno de mis comentarios es si por favor en sus juntas, como la de ayer, de consolidación, me sentí un poquito ofendida en un momento por el léxico que usan y también por las gráficas. Hay personas o vemos personas que no entendemos claro todo. Y sí me gustaría que fuera un poquito más explícito, porque no, a veces siento como si tratan de...
This is an interpretation into English of Maria Ochoa's message. Hi, good afternoon. I am addressing you, Superintendent Matias, and the Board of Trustees. I support schools, our Webb, Dobie, and Burnett Middle Schools. My name is Maria Ochoa, and I am a parent at Burnett Middle School, of a Burnett Middle School student. I think you need to work more in line with parents and teachers to let us know about the changes you make or will make. And one of my concerns is whether you will have teachers for the children with special needs. One of my comments is that, please, in your meetings, like yesterday's consolidation meeting, I felt a little bit offended at some point because of the terminology you use, as well as the graphics. There are people, including me, who don't understand everything clearly, and I would like for it to be a bit more explicit, because sometimes I feel as if you're trying to.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Segura and board members. My name is Irma Castanon. I'm a parent and community member. I'm here to give my opinion on topic for the turnaround for Dobie, Burnett, and Webb. I want to encourage you to keep working closely with the parents, families, and the community of those three schools to ensure the success of all the students in these three schools. Open communication, transparency, collaboration is the key to rebuild the trust and keep parents, students, and teachers engaged to have a better academic outcome improvement. When families and educators work together, we create a stronger foundation for our student success. Let's unite in our goals by providing the resources and help to every student for those three schools so they can reach their full potential. Don't forget, we're not failures, and if something happens, this is on you. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes our public testimony. Thank you to everyone who came to speak tonight and who called in. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? Trustee Quintana.
I was just hoping really quickly if somebody could remind us when the community engagement dates are, because I know we still have some around turnaround plans, right?
We're about to get into that. I can pull them up.
Okay, just because I know I'm hearing, over and over that, people want to be included, so I want to make sure that we have the dates and times so that they know where to be for engagement. Thanks.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments before our presentation? All right, thank you all. Next up then is, as a reminder, please feel free to share general comments or questions on non-voting items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. And next is our presentation on turnaround plans for Burnett Middle School, Dobie Middle School, and Webb Middle School, the 2025-2026 turnaround plans. And Mr. Segura, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, President Boswell, members of the board, I'd like to invite Dr. Jacob Reach, Chief Officer of Government Relations and Board Service, to join me and to share the presentation and to answer any questions from the board regarding our turnaround plans.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Segura. Happy to share our turnaround plans with you tonight for our three campuses, Burnett, Dobie, and Webb. So just as a reminder, our reason for identification and the purpose behind a turnaround plan is for a campus that has been identified as unacceptable using the state accountability system for 2 consecutive years to prepare and submit to TEA a campus turnaround plan. These campuses, Burnett, Webb, and Dobie, received that first unacceptable rating in 2019. That's also when they created a TIP. And then they received their second unacceptable rating in 2023. The reason we have the gap there is due to COVID and multiple years of either not having STAR or there being a pause on the actual accountability ratings for that year. I will briefly mention that Dobie had a slightly different road to get here, but now they're on the same timeline. Dobie was also identified under federal accountability, which is why we started a conversation on Dobie back in February. However, in March, when the 2023 state accountability was finally released from the federal or from the state injunction, the state made clear that for campuses like Dobie that were on this other timeline, that they could be moved to the same state timeline so that we were not managing two different timelines. We took that as a great opportunity to do some more work with our Dobie community, so we did move them over. So right now, our requirement is to submit these turnaround plans to TEA by June 30th, 2025. So the Texas Education Agency provides districts available strategies that they can utilize when developing a turnaround plan. There are basically 6 strategies. There's different ways to implement these strategies, but the main focus and requirements are written here. Austin ISD has selected the Restart District Managed, and I'll go into that in a little bit more detail. So we are utilizing the District Managed Restart because this is really aligned with the feedback that we heard from our community when we started this work with Dobie and then building out again with Burnett and Webb. It is aligned with the request that we keep these campuses open, that we believe in these campuses and support them and operate them as a district campus. Knowing that as a preference, we believe that the District Managed Restart was really the best strategy available for us to support these 3 campuses. Furthermore, our strategy includes implementing Accelerated Campus Excellence, or ACE. Briefly, the ACE has 5 required pillars. That's strategic staffing, instructional excellence, extended day, social and emotional supports for students and staff, and community partnerships. One of the things that we thought worked really well with ACE is that allowed us to build on some of the great work already happening in these campuses around campus partnerships, social emotional learning, keep those there, and really also expand them. And so we thought that this was really helpful for that environment and the great partnerships and community support already happening with those schools. We have also decided to include a contingency plan as part of our turnaround plan. That's not a requirement, and it's most likely not something that TEA is going to use to determine whether they approve this turnaround plan or not. But we wanted to make sure that we were being transparent with our community and transparent with TEA of what our intentions and plans were for the year. So we have created a proactive contingency plan to check on student performance throughout the year and look how we are progressing towards our 2026 goals. We could determine in December to activate an 1882 partnership model, which would provide an accountability pause to any of the campuses for which we do that. So no matter what happens for accountability in 2025, that pause would be in place and no accountability action would happen. We want to continue to run, while we're supporting these campuses, also run alongside that with an 1882 RFP. They call it a call for quality schools is the term that TEA uses. And so we'll have that and continue to share information about that with the community and with our board while we get ready to potentially make a decision in December. So I wanted to briefly share about the development timeline. I mentioned earlier that Dobie was on a slightly different timeline because of the federal accountability, but Burnett and Webb had the exact same timeline. So we notified the public for Burnett and Webb on May 1st, and Dobie was previously notified already on February. We started the development of the TAP for those groups May 2nd, going through May 22nd. And Dobie's was just extended from the work we were already doing all the way out to May 22nd. We also had stakeholder participation. This included meetings that we held at the campus. We also made the plans available on campus and on our website and provided methods for feedback on the plans through the website or through the campus. We had our public notice of this plan on the 23rd, and then, of course, the public hearing, which is occurring now for the 26th. The board will be asked to approve these plans in the regular voting meeting right after this public hearing. And based off of the vote of the board, we would then submit those plans to TEA tomorrow. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what's required in the plan and what's our overall goal for these plans. So at minimum, the Texas Education Code requires that a TAP include a description, and this is their wording, the method for restructuring, reforming, or reconstituting the campus. They also ask for a description of the academic program, for a summary and inclusion of the written comments, a summary of verbal comments, and the submission of the written comments that were collected during stakeholder engagement, a detailed description of the budget, a description of staffing and any other financial resources that we may use to implement this plan, and supplemental resources that will be provided by the school district or other identifiable sources. If the district has authorized an in-district charter, the term of that charter would also need to be included under TEA rules, but that is not something that we're looking at this moment. Under the law, under the Texas Education Code, a district who actually implements an ACE program is only required to list how they will meet the requirements of ACE, and then the commissioner is actually required to approve that plan if he determines that all those requirements are there. We have gone above and beyond that. We still wanted to include the other information that was required, and we went and built out further timeline of engagement, including what we'll talk about in a moment, a CAC Plus. And we also talked further about our goals and some of the work that we'll continue to do from now and through the year. So briefly, before I move on, I want to talk about the 3 goals that we have set up for these campuses, because that is something that TEA will look at as well. Of course, the number 1, which is set by TEA, is accountability rating. And that's that we expect the campuses to achieve a rating of C or better under the accountability system in the upcoming school years. We've also set a goal around STAR scores for our students who are currently receiving special education services, and that's that we expect those students meeting or mastering grade level standards on STAR to increase by 10%. This is also aligned, of course, with our GREED order, as is our next goal, our MTSS, and that's ensuring that every student qualifying for Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions will have the clear, well-documented plan, including progress monitoring. So that's something that we'll be checking regularly for these 3 campuses and sharing, not just with TEA, but also our TEA monitors, because these are so closely related to our agreed order with TEA. So this next slide is the Effective Schools Framework levers. And this is a framework that TEA has developed that they ask all targeted improvement plans, and actually any plan that you may utilize for TEA, including TIPS and CIPs, that you align the work you're doing to these 5 levers. So we want to make sure that we share this, and if you go and look at our turnaround plans, you can see how we outline that we're aligned with each of these levers. So there was a question about our timeline. We do want to share that there are additional opportunities to be engaged. In a moment, we'll talk more about the CAC Plus. But what you can see here is the work that we've done starting in May, going through June, the board voting today, submitting to TEA tomorrow. Again, the deadline for TEA is actually June 30th. TEA has, they actually are required to provide us a response by July 18th, either approving the plan or sharing with the district why they did not approve the plan and what improvements are needed to the plan in order to meet approval. If that were to occur, we would then have 60 days to resubmit that plan. We also mentioned on here releasing that RFP that I talked about for an 1882 partnership that'll run side by side with the work that we're doing. We will make clear in that plan that this is a contingency for us. It's not that we are going to do this for sure, so apply. It's we would like you to apply and work with our community, and if needed, we may utilize that. But that work will start then. We will also find out in August The TEA will release accountability ratings. They're not final until later in the year, but that is when they will release them. We will, of course, have our own internal projections prior to that. So coming up in the fall is when we'll start some of the testing that we'll do with the students. We'll do the map testing that we do for all of our campuses, no different than those other campuses. What we'll do that's a little different is the fall STAR interims and that we will conduct during October that will help us better understand what steps we need to take. And then moving into December, we will look at our released STAR test, the interim STAR test, and that map testing that we've already done. That will have a slightly different timeline on the middle of the year because we want to look at this data a little bit early. And we will try and make a decision, well, we will make a decision by December 12th on what those next steps will be, whether it'll be to move forward with the plan or to look at our contingency plan. And then, of course, in April, we'll have STAR testing for those campuses and our end-of-year map, and then get the accountability for that year in August of 2026. And then if that accountability led us to potentially TEA taking an action, they would take that action later in November. So I mentioned a little bit about the key performance indicators that we wanted to look at, but I wanted to build on that a little bit more. We've been working with a technical partner, which actually really positions us well for not only approval with TEA, but also for the opportunity of receiving additional funding from TEA, both through a LASSO grant and potentially through what TEA calls a resource school designation, which provides them 10% more on their ADA for meeting certain requirements associated with an ACE campus for a campus that has not met accountability. So we're excited about that. Working with our partner, we will continue to do our campus observations, including our PLCs and our teacher support. We'll also be looking at our whole child and parent engagement work. So some of the indicators that we'll focus on is attendance discipline, and then how we're engaging parents and parent participation. We'll also have formative assessment data on the campus level. That includes the common assessments that we typically do with most of our campuses that I just went over, the STAR released, and also exit tickets through the classroom to gather more data. And then we'll utilize a student data tracker that will help us look at data throughout the entire year and provide for frequent monitoring. So one thing I want to call out that's in our plans and is a requirement is that we are providing additional staffing to all of these campuses. It is 9 FTEs per campus, but the actual positions are a little different, which is why we have them spelled out here. This is really based off of need of the campus from what we've heard from the campus leadership, the campus community, and where we saw we need additional support on the data that we already have. So as you can see, at Burnett, we'll be adding teachers, a wellness counselor. Every campus will get instructional coaches. They'll actually get 4 content interventionists. Burnett is, of course, a little bit bigger than Dobie and Webb. Dobie and Webb will both get an additional assistant principal. Burnett already had an additional assistant principal, which is why we're not adding one there. But for these other 2 campuses, we'll be adding the assistant principal. They'll also get a counselor, and then they'll get 2 content interventionists instead of 4 at each of those campuses. So here's kind of a breakdown of what that looks like for our resources. This is just an example campus, but adding the additional staff, for instance, an assistant principal, the teachers, the counselors, the wellness coordinators, but then also the professional stipends that we'll be adding, funding for our teachers and our staff for supplemental time and overtime, and then family support and resources and other discretionary funding for use by that campus. And that is, you can see the actual budget for each one of these in the individual plans. Another thing I want to talk about, because we have received some questions around it, is where we're at on overall staffing for these campuses. So what I've provided for you here is the % of staff hired. This was of last Thursday. And so it may have slightly changed because we posted this on Monday. But based off of that data, you can see the % of administrators that we've currently hired, counselors, teachers, and then we also included the % of teachers returning, and then the % of overall staff returning. So that could include office staff, other support staff, TAs, And then the percent of teachers would just be those who are identified as teachers. The other thing that we want to talk about is our increased improvement engagement through this CAC Plus and other work that we're going to be doing. Superintendent Segura discussed this a little bit 2 weeks ago, but we want to expand the Campus Advisory Committee membership and embed a lot of our school improvement agenda topics into their work and into the calendar during the year. We will, of course, do our CIP needs assessment and work with our partners on that to understand how they can help support us on those needs assessment. So that's how that'll be a little bit different. We also want to ensure that school improvement topics are part of our principal coffees, our PTA meetings, our parent conferences, and the other engagement opportunities that we do throughout the year. And then we'll also have specific engagement opportunities for parents around the turnaround plans throughout the year as well. So we want to put a plug in there for any community members who may be interested in joining a Campus Advisory Council Plus. You can go to austinisd.org/advisory bodies, or you can also just go to austinisd.org and in the search bar type in CAC, and it'll take you right to the correct page. Yeah, I'm sorry, it'll take you to the first item on that list will be the correct page to click on. On there, you can submit your interest in joining one of these CAC Pluses. And I want to be clear that this is also open to more than just parents. It's also community members, business members who may be in the area, students, staff. So we hope that we get a wide range of interest in these committees. In September, we'll actually do our CAC training with these 3 schools. Really, again, with that focus on how we support that campus and how we're going to do kind of a larger buildup with the CAC. And then we also want to do a convening with Austin Ed Fund so that those CACs can share out with Austin Ed Fund and external partners some of the supports and needs that they have. And so that Austin Ed Fund can see how they can start matching with some of those supports and needs to build out for the campus. So that is an overview of our plan, and we'll open up for any questions.
Thank you for this presentation, trustees. And we'll start with Trustee Foster and then go to Trustee Hunter.
So thanks for the plan, and pretty much supportive of the work you've done and where we're going. And there is a reality of what we can call structuring structures. When there is an external body that sort of sets the constraints, sets the universe of possibility, we then work within that. So whether we're looking at ACE or whether we're looking at the Effective Schools framework, these are intensely inward focused on the school, which is immensely important. So what's the staffing model? What's the curriculum? What are we doing? What are these work on these 5 levers that are all internally focused? With ACE, there's one that's externally focused, and that's the campus and the partnerships one, right? So I'm gonna ask you 3 questions that try to sort of explode this a little bit and push us outward, because I don't think everything can happen just within the school if we're going to be effective. The school, any individual school is part of an ecosystem. So one is about vertical elements. So in other words, a little bit about what's going on at the elementary schools feeding into the middle. One is going to be about the horizontal elements. Is there any impact of magnet schools and magnet applications and how we're distributing our kids that has an impact on the neighborhood schools, in this case, Burnett, Dobie, Webb. I want to ask you also about our imagining of partnerships. And then finally, I do have one internally facing question, which is about the 1882 contingency. And I'm trying to go as fast as I can while still being coherent. So with regards to the 1882 contingency, one of the biggest question marks for me, and I think you have an answer, and I am really I'm ready to hear it. If we're saying our kids have to have made so much progress, and if they haven't made so much progress, well, then we're going to consider a toggle to an 1882. Do we have a plan, or what is the plan to build effective assessment tools to look at where our kids are in reading and math so early in the year, since we have to make this decision relatively early? So that's my sort of first question, is about the assessments to determine where our kids are at an early point.
Yeah. So two parts to that is first with MAP. MAP does give us some indication on how it expects students will do on STAR overall. It has that crosswalk. And so we can look at MAP performance and make some estimation on that. Our CDA, our CDA team, which is our assessment team, believes that that's about 80% accurate, which is pretty good.
Okay.
And they've done studies by looking backwards and saying, okay, here's what we estimated last year, and here's what it ended up at. How did we do on that? So they feel that that's pretty strong. We also have the release STAR test, which is not the same STAR test that they will take because it uses questions that are already released and will not be reused, but it asks similar types of questions. So not only is it a test that is much more aligned to what they will actually take later, but we know that it's because we heard questions of, oh, well, the test questions have changed. And the STAR released will mimic that. It will also follow certain TEKS that they do need to know. It may not be the exact ones, but again, it'll give us some idea based off of how they do on that, that'll help us determine, okay, based off of what we know from MAP, what we know from this release STAR, how do we think these students are going to do? And what do we think that's going to translate to their, at the end of the day, we'll sit there and say, well, what will their domain 1 look like? What will their domain 2A and 2B look like? And knowing that information, what do we think is a likely accountability rating for this campus? And by all means, I wish I could tell you that we'll have a place that will tell us 100%, but I just don't think that that type of system exists. But we will have something that's going to give us a pretty good idea on how students are doing. And it will certainly tell us how they're doing compared to the previous year. We'll certainly be able to look at that. And so when we take all that data and then talk to staff at the campus, talk to the principal at the campus and the teachers, and hear from them on that other part of what they're seeing in their classroom and what they're seeing from their own kids one-on-one, taking all of that together, we hope that we'll be able to make a recommendation to say, okay, we're comfortable going forward with this campus, continuing through the year, because we know that they're going to get a C, or the D's just to backstop, right? And so we believe that the test in place and the system in place and working with teachers who know those kids best, we'll be able to make a good recommendation to the board.
Yeah, and the one thing I'll add is we can't overemphasize the importance of our technical partner. A partner who has navigated these types of challenges in other school districts. And so, I expect, and one of the things that they provide is really the kind of the roadmap that allows you to understand if you see this type of growth in these students at this point, then there's a probability of success or of performance. And so it's not necessarily only us saying that. It's my expectation, and it's the commitment that the technical partners also independently kind of making that determination. And the one thing that wasn't necessarily detailed out in the presentation, but it's in there, is that the December timeline is the first timeline and the one that introduces it to TEA, a new partner, if we were to go down that path. There are later timelines, but as you kind of referenced, maybe alluded to, or even said directly, that as you go down a path, things get tighter and tighter and tighter. And so there are other windows of opportunity to pivot into an 8-2 partnership, but what we know is that there'll be fewer opportunities to fund it with opportunities from grants from TEA, and the opportunity to introduce a new partner who may not otherwise be known to the agency is not a possibility, right? But you think about, what information would you know in January or February? Well, you know a lot more, right? You can really know, and your last day, it's actually March 30th. And so if you have that information all the way down for the spring semester and can incorporate that into your decision-making, then the probability of getting it accurate or getting it right increases. And so the challenge is if you wait till that moment, the only 18-2 partnership that is likely to be successfully approved is one that's, not one that we would have probably selected through a different process, if that helps.
And we would lose out on grant opportunities.
Yeah. Right.
So applying in December means that we have 2 different grant opportunities available to us. If we miss that deadline, though, we lose out on those 2 grant opportunities.
All right. And there's a lot in the weeds here, and I wish I could keep asking more questions to draw more of this really important information out. But basically what we know is that we want to know as early as possible how we're doing. And the longer it draws out, the more things become constrained. And so really good assessments are really important. So thank you for that sort of reassurance. To the three questions about the external, on the vertical elements piece, there's been several different folks, as we've talked about before, who have talked about the circumstances in the elementary school feeding into the middle school and how that sets up the middle school for success. So is there any additional consideration about the feeder angle to this puzzle?
Yeah, I can certainly start. So the first thing I'll say is, even in the development of this plan, we reached out and asked for engagement, and actually we had principals and other community members from the feeder schools participate, as well as the rising sixth graders for summer school. We had conversations and they were invited in as well. One of the things that we've done structurally is we've changed. Initially, last year, we had elementary school leadership and secondary school leadership. With how we're structured now, we actually have an improvement division. And what it allows us to do is to really think about the schools that need support, and what you'll know when you think about kind of where we are as a system. They are in certain areas of town, and they're aligned with certain schools. So the feeder pattern very much is critically important. But now all of that is under the direction of one leader. So what I've observed is when you go to middle schools and you go to high schools and elementary schools, sometimes they're functioning in isolation and not always aligned in understanding kind of the connection to middle and high, and that there are decisions being done in elementary that impact middle and middle to high, certainly, but we don't, as a system, really dive in. Each school sometimes kind of on its own kind of builds out its plans, and there's certainly support. So we heard that in our conversations with the Webb community, the Burnett community, and the Adobe community for sure. And so for us, it's part of the work. We're talking about even going down to 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, seeing what we can do there to provide English immersion, summer opportunities, just to provide additional support so that when our students get to 6th grade, they're ready to be successful. And we just have to push deeper into the schools. And there's an acknowledgement of it, there's an expectation of it, and that's part of the work that we're going to tackle. And I think one of the things that's also in the slide that says CAC pluses, which is, it's not CACs, it's CAC plus, a lot more involved, a lot more people in it. There are many schools there, so we're not talking about just the three. It's the other elementary schools and middle schools that are also need this type of support. And so our goal is to kind of create a community of support, make sure that we're listening, we're creating alignment, and everybody understands that it is the 13 to really 22-year experience that you can have in Austin ISD that we have to support.
So I like that, and so sort of reaching deep. And wouldn't it be really cool? You went like this. Wouldn't it be really cool if there was like a this, which was like a high school, and these middle schools, and these elementary, so that the alignment became easier to affect, just like these districts with their football team, where they're like passing on the high school plays to the middle school football coach, and they're passing on to the Pop Warner community, and all of a sudden they have this great football team because they have a vertically integrated system that we don't have.
Yeah,
we don't half of our
correct. We don't have it. We don't have it, and I would say that that's something that we talked about in the long-range planning effort that we did with community a couple of years ago, and certainly within the bond, we talked about it a lot, like having our middle schools go play at the high school, fields, creating community. It's not lost on me that you go to, some middle schools, maybe you go to Goritsky and you're wearing a Bowie, shirt, or you go to, Murchison and you're wearing a Trojan shirt. Our middle school experience in other parts of Austin aren't like that. They're split multiple ways. I mean, there are some schools that split to 4 high schools. That is not creating community. But that also means taking on difficult things, including boundary changes. So it's all very much connected.
So this goes to the very depth of the conversation about an ecosystem. Right, if we're really going to be serious about a middle school doing well, which is right in between the elementary and the high, then we have to think about the whole thing and having coherence all the way deep in. So I hope that continues to be part of the conversation, and so powerful a part of the conversation that we find it impossible to not proceed without changing this aspect of our dysfunction, if that made sense.
It does. That is very heavy, intentional work.
Yeah.
And so I'm here for it. I think we're all here for it.
And you're invited, Superintendent, to put it right back on us. And some of us are asking for it, and we know that it will be challenging for many of our community members. You know that it will be disruptive in certain ways, but it's a productive disruption, and we as trustees will have to own that and be ready to have conversations that this is something that needs to happen. The middle schools won't get right in these regards if we don't attend to all of these different things. So that goes to the next piece, which is about the partnerships. And I love the idea of CAC Plus, and see an opportunity for invitation that the plus is the apartment complex right across the street. The plus is the neighborhood mart right across the street, where that owner is going to tell you all the implications of how things are going in the middle school, for like how he has to manage his shop at 3:15 or whatever, right?
Or
So,
at 11:30.
or at whenever. So I hope that when we think about partnerships, we have an ever expansive notion of that, so that these folks who really are going to get something out of it. If I'm the 7-Eleven across the street, I'm really going to get something out of the middle school working really well. But I'll also have insights into what's going on, right? So same with apartment complexes, right? One of the things that these models don't really seem to attend to, as far as my observation is that when the ownership of some apartment complex changes, everything can change overnight. Because they've either put up all these gates, or they've said, you know what, after school would be great for our tenants, so we're gonna have this program in this building or whatever, or not. And again, it works to the landlord, to the apartment complex owners' benefit too, to be in that conversation. So I hope for a more expansive notion of partnerships than is sort of narrowly required in the TEA guidelines.
Yeah, Trustee Foster. So I definitely want to give credit to Trustee Gonzalez for like kind of seeding kind of what this could be, recognizing that, this is a citywide effort, but the lived experiences of our communities in these schools, like around these schools, they're going to know best. And so we don't have a structure right now that allows us to kind of lean in. And so, we felt strongly that taking the CAC structure, building upon it, not necessarily limiting it to what the CAC is, but building upon it, was something that we could take on. Going from the ground up was going to be pretty hard, just given the kind of challenges. So I very much appreciated kind of working through that. I'm actually really excited about it. I think it could actually be a really strong model. Right now, it's just for the schools that are having accountability challenges. But I could see this model being successful if used kind of throughout the district, but that's where we're starting.
And and this is one place where I'll give the state credit, that it mandates the existence of a committee that could be really powerfully leveraged. So I'm glad to hear that you'll lean in that way. My final question is around the horizontal. I don't think there's too much that can be done like tonight and in the context of this plan that we have to approve, but the renewed and ever vigilant recognition that there is a ethical dilemma that we wrestle with when it comes to where kids, quote unquote, get to go to school. And when we create an application process for you to go somewhere else, that does not just have an impact on that other place, that has an impact on the home community. And on one hand, I deeply believe that parents and families should have the opportunity to pursue options. And at the same time, you have to recognize that when something gets shiny over there, and you systematically have your most well-prepared kids sort of opting out, that has a local impact. That is the very impact of quote-unquote residential desegregation, when the black middle class leaves the formerly segregated community, that segregated community is now predominantly, it was already predominantly black, now it's predominantly black and low income because all the middle income folk left, right? And you see a long-term impact on that. I don't necessarily have an answer as to which way we should go, but at some point we need to acknowledge that part of the challenge that our neighborhood middle schools face is the bleed of the best positioned kids and families to other places. So I guess one question is, do magnets have an impact on Burnett, Webb, and Dobie in terms of the constituency being served? Who's being served in those buildings?
They do have an impact, especially when you also consider Ann Richards in that group, although it's not exactly a magnet.
Okay, yeah.
But I would mention, so I was reminded that Trustee Whitley Chu had actually taken some data that I even gave it to her, but she put it together in another way that showed where these students were going individually for these campuses. And one unique thing that we did by design is that actually the number one place that kids go from Dobie is Souther Means and Gus Garcia, which we purposely designed it that way. That's not surprising. But we do see other students going out, and I think that each of these campuses have almost a third, if not more, of their kids going to another campus.
Each of these 3 campuses have a third of their students going out to another campus.
At least a third or more.
So that cannot be anything but statistically impactful in terms of our outcomes. So maybe not for tonight, but we better wrestle with this and quick.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, with the upcoming work we're doing around consolidations, we are looking at transfers, policies, we are looking at boundaries. It is all part of the larger work, so this is one of those things that will find its place into the work, and it's something that needs to be addressed.
And as always, I appreciate the opportunity for candid and transparent conversation, and you all are delivering on that. And I just have the expectation that we follow up not just with words, but with actions. Thank you all so much for the work.
All right, Trustee Hunter.
Thank you. And Dr. Foster, I resemble that remark. I don't get a sticker from the superintendent because I'm not a graduate of Austin ISD schools. I am a graduate of another local district because my parents did have the wherewithal and we did leave the community, and we were part of that bleed, right? We contributed to the issue that we have now. So I appreciate that.
Welcome back.
Yes. East Austin proud, 2-3, right? Yep, that's my sister over there. I do want to set some context for the next one so that we can make sure. This is in reference to our board constraint number 2. The superintendent shall not allow families to be without meaningful partnerships with their home campus and district. This includes efforts to engage caregivers in ways that are aligned with the dual capacity building framework through accessible communications, collaborative campus meetings, which we've already talked about. And as part of this, the district provides families access to student testing results and supports them through the parent portal, which is my ask of the superintendent. So in what ways, Mr. Superintendent, can we ensure that families are meaningfully engaged and have an understanding? We always do MAP testing. Most schools, a bunch of our schools, always do interim testing. Sometimes those reports come home or they die in the bottom of the backpack, and parents don't really understand. There's a conversation that you and I had recently where I explained that when the parents see a 50, they assume their kid did 50% of the work. No, your kid actually got a 9, but we know a kid can't recover from a 9. So using dual capacity, how do we bring those parents in to be our true partners? As I am sitting in, no, I'm not. Is this Trustee Zapata's seat? No, there. I'm feeling her spirit tonight where she has always said, we cannot do this by ourselves. And I'm so excited that everybody is attuned now. So let's, how can we seize this moment to ensure that parents, STAR just came out. I don't know how many people understand that. I'm gonna put you on the spot.
Okay.
Did you access your child's EOC scores?
No.
Okay. And that's gonna be the answer for a lot of our parents. And if it's an answer for a board member, then probably it's a whole lot of parents that don't know what just happened to their kid at the end of the year. I did, but I never tell her, so she never knows what she did. But how do we help our parents know where their kid, like, when people ask me, it's like, all you gotta do is ask, can my kid read? And if the answer is no, then what are you doing and what should I be doing? And right now, our parents are very attuned, and I just wanna know, how can the board help you seize this moment?
Yeah, I think it's holding us accountable. You know, I've had the, you probably heard through some of the callers that I've had some pretty in-depth conversations, and what we've talked about a lot of the time is, and I've shared that they have to be engaged as well. The families and AISD, we're partners in supporting the student, 1,000%. And we need to understand from our parents what they need. And what I would say is what you're talking about is absolutely what needs to happen, an awareness of where your student is, you know, and we have to recognize that in some cases, it may be, in some communities, it may be necessary to have a phone bank, right? Call in families. And with the schools, especially the 16 that have been identified in this document here, that's on page 13, you know, when there's a milestone that gets reached, you know, the administration having the intentionality of saying, okay, we're going to call all these families and we're going to attempt to communicate with them and let them know outside of the teacher and outside of the principal, do they understand where their student is? We know that some schools kind of take that extra step and they'll print the report cards, or we'll help them and get the report cards to them. Like, we need to take more ownership of that as a district, and with these, be like, this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to do it, and this is how we're going to track it as far as KPIs go. But in all those ways, it is something that we've heard about, and I think it's also important, like Trustee Zapata, kind of channeling her as well. You know, we need to be honest about what we need from our families. You know, and I over the last couple months, you know, I've been telling families, we need your student to show up at summer school. You know, what do you need from us to help you get your student there? And sometimes we need to be uncomfortable being direct, I think is part of the problem also on our side. So we're working through it all. I'm confident we're going to get there. As far as what we need from the board, ideas, I think, you know, like we've had conversations, like even like how we built the CAC Plus, Trustee Gonzalez, and then holding me accountable. You know, we're not going to get it right the first time, but we're definitely going to try. And I think with a focus on these schools, we're going to be able to do some things in a different way. And I'm actually, you know, kind of excited about doing it differently.
And I just want to reiterate that so that our words are not misconstrued. We're not blaming anybody. If we blame anybody, it would be ourselves. But what we are saying is that there is room for our parents to show up in a different way, right? They're already showing up, but we need them to show up in a different way when it comes to academics.
Yeah.
I think that we can do good work together if everybody is all hands in. So I appreciate that. And as far as I realize, any request I make is always $1 attached to it. So if there's a phone bank, you got to pay somebody to answer the phone. If you mail report cards, paper and ink is not, you know, toner is not cheap. So I do understand that's why I asked from the governance perspective. Like, if there's a budget, like before we like dive in and sign off on it, then let's make sure that we've already thought about those things, or if it's even part of, like, I know sometimes with grant money that we've been asking for, like it can be set aside for that. But if we know that we're gonna need to do phone banks, or like have a pot of spaghetti and say, come up here and get your kid's report card and we can talk about it with you, then as far as the budget is concerned, like, let's do that now so we know what we're getting into, so that it is not something where we're like, boy, can you give us $5 so we can buy some spaghetti so we can, no, let's do it now.
Yeah, so Trustee Hunter, you know, when we were talking about the budget just a couple moments ago, I talked about the $10 million ad in the budget in around April, May, right? And that was required for us to support the improvement work needed. And so when you look at slide 11 and you see the investments, whether it's stipends or additional staffing allocations, you know, each of them have 9, as Dr. Reach mentioned, but there are different 9 because there's different needs on each campus. So when people ask, like, how are these plans different? That's one way. But even in there, you see family support resources. It's $150,000 set aside for one campus, right? So working with our partners, identifying what do those need to be for that specific campus. We've already identified the dollars, they're already in the budget. And so I think that right now we've done a good job of identifying the needs for this coming fiscal year for 25-26, and you kind of see it here and you saw it in the previous presentation. But if anything else comes up, we'll certainly let our trustees know. But I think the big opportunity is going to come when we partner with folks that want to see AIC be successful in this endeavor, right? That's where we're really leaning into the greater city, the Ed Fund. That's where we're going to need our partners like our trustees.
That's where I'm going next.
Need our trust.
Doctor, you see me? Yes, Dr. Reach. Now, if I'm an average citizen of Austin and I'm like, hey, I really wish I could support schools, but I'm not volunteering. So what should I do, Dr. Reach? How can I help?
Well, there's a couple different ways you could help.
Please.
I always believe that one of the best things people can do is join their PTA or their CAC to get involved with their campus. But you mentioned that maybe they don't want to volunteer, and that may also include meeting time. Our Austin Ed Fund does take donations. You can also dedicate your funding towards certain projects or programs or even to a campus. And so Austin Ed Fund will take that, and that's available online. But even if those don't work out for you, I still think that just getting engaged with your neighbors and talking to your neighbors about the school and saying, you know what, maybe your kid did go there, maybe they're going to go there later, but saying, I'm hearing this about the school. Do you know this about the school? And sharing the good news that you're hearing about them and what's going on, really, I believe is also very helpful.
It is, Dr. Reach, but when you close a sale, you go back to the thing that you want people to do. So the Austin Ed Fund is where you can contribute. The URL. Yes, you're looking it up? Okay, so I wish you could flash up on the screen right now.
I probably could pull it up.
Remember the telethons when you were a kid? Like, I feel like we should do one of those, but let's not. But Austin Ed Fund is where you can contribute. You can assign it to any project or into a campus. And if you are out in our community, please, please, please. Also, pretty soon, we'll be naming libraries. Just JK, I'm sorry. Thank you.
But Trustee Hunter, President Boswell and I have engaged with Michelle and individuals who believe in public education and believe in Austin ISD by way of the Ed Fund. We had a meeting, a week and a half ago? I think a week and a half ago. Because it's really important that the entire community, all of Austin, every taxpayer, every student, every staff person understands how critically important it is to get to implement the restarts, be successful, support our schools. And even if these schools are 10 miles away from you, what we do here, will impact AISD as a whole. And I can't say that enough. And so it may feel far away for a lot of our families, but if we're not successful, the entire district is going to feel that impact. And so we're really trying to communicate that out. And also, before I leave this moment, the Ed Fund, we have been working with them to identify different sub-funds. So because there may be someone who says, I don't know what to spend money on, but I want to give the Ed Fund dollars to support these 16 schools. We did it during the winter weather event. We did it during COVID. We're setting up those sub-funds already. So it should be very, very simple and very clear to do.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Dr. Rich.
It is austinedfund.org.
Thank you.
It's up there.
Lovely. Our team is so
Thank you for that. Anyone else with questions? Trustee De Urioste?
Just a quick one on the SPED 10%. Is that also for STAR alts, or that's only the SPED kids taking regular STAR?
You're talking about the SPED goal?
Yeah,
that correct?
I think it was slide 6, is that 10% increase in test scores.
I know that it's the SPED subgroup. I would need to double check. I think that it is just STAR, but let me gather that information, and I'll make sure that if I don't get it while we're still here, we'll send it out in a response. But it would be the SPED subgroup that is on the TAPER report is what we'll use to measure. I think it's just STAR, but I'll verify that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I have just a couple. One, going back to the goals, the 3 stated goals that Trustee Urioste was referring to, I just want to understand our commitment and our risk. Not that I'm expecting us not to meet those, but is the only one we have to meet to break the accountability chain the C? Or are we obligated to meet all 3 of those goals for this turnaround to be considered successful by TEA?
That's a great question. So the legal requirement is to break the accountability chain, which is just the C. I do think that progress through the year, TEA will want to see how we're doing on these others and will want us to report out on it. And, you know, where we may be looking for additional support or guidance from TEA, you know, that may be something that they reference in those discussions.
Okay, thank you. And I know that our board and our community and our administration all want to see that progress too. So thank you. I think it's not a question about not wanting to make it, just understanding really where our obligation and our risk is. So thank you for that. And I hope we do way better than all of that.
We can do hard things.
We can do hard things. We can absolutely do hard things. Yes.
And Trustee Urioste, it is STAR and STAR Alt. Yeah.
Thank you.
The team watching away. Gave me the
Thank you. And I have a question about what we know some of these schools share in common beyond the fact that they need turnaround plans, that we have not been giving the students, you know, the full support they need and those campuses the full support they need. I know they all share a very high level of mobility, that students begin and end the year in different schools at each of those campuses, up to, you know, 20 or 30%, depending on the campus. I know that there are large numbers of newcomers to the country who are emergent bilingual students and have been in the country 3 years or less. At each of those, I think that number is around 20%-ish, depending. And I know there are a large number of students who are testing in 5th grade in Spanish at dual language programs or other programs. And then all students are required to test in English in 6th grade. And we know best practices in elementary school to have kids test. Our students test in the language they will be most successful in, but we also know when you change from one language to another, that impacts growth. And kind of knowing all of those factors are playing in, that mobility impacts. I think studies show that impacts the performance of kids who move and kids who remain, because there's that disruption. You know, all these questions. How does this plan, what are we seeing in this plan that will really support success for all of those students with all of those factors?
One thing that I would mention that we will ensure through this plan is that with the curriculum that's being utilized, that will be standard for all of these campuses, which should help with mobility, because if a student leaves one school and goes to another, they should come in with the same curriculum. It's somewhat the same spot that they left. In the past, we know that sometimes students leave one school and maybe they go to another school and they said, oh, what you were just learning, we're doing that, you know, we're doing that next 6 weeks. We're doing this other one right now. And so we do believe that that helps with mobility overall. And so that is one of the strategies that we want to look at. With using student data trackers and using the student dashboards, making sure that that information is available for everyone is also very important. ECST did show success for us when we first implemented it, and I remember this, and campuses could say like, oh, now I know what was happening with that student over at this campus, because I can go look it up. I can see the supports they were getting. They didn't need to call a teacher to find out. You know, they could go look at it on a system. We're hoping that this will be even stronger than that. We mentioned our goal of ensuring there's Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions, and that those are also well documented. And that's for purpose as well, so that when students move, we know what supports there are. We don't need to go back through, figure out, okay, well, where is this kid? What is the support that he needs? It's in the system. It's there. So having those stronger systems, which I will say maybe laser focused on these 3, but really is for the greater system as a whole, is going to have some support. It's going to have a positive effect. And I really think that it's going to work well. I think that with the, the STAR testing, that's difficult. That's something that the state has set currently. Same with how long a student can test before they count when they're newcomers. And we certainly want to continue to provide good advice and work through our partner groups such as TASB and CASA and talk about good accountability rules that could help support that. But while we're currently under those rules, we need to ensure that, as you said, whatever is best for that student is what we're utilizing, but understand what that means for future years. And since, the LPAC will make that decision for that student on 5th grade. And I know that they'll make the decision that's going to be best for that kid. But you're exactly right on what it means for 6th grade, especially with growth, because you're switching a test. They may have actually mastered it, but it's the English that's making it difficult, not what they're actually being tested on. They know it, but having to respond on a computer in English is now made it, not the best solution. So that's just something that we need to do as a district and that we need to work with others, is to also ensure that we have good policy out there on how we can address some of these needs. I truly believe that the state is very willing to find good policy that's going to show student outcomes, but is aligned with what we're actually experiencing. They're willing to consider that and implement that. So we need to be vocal on how that can be done. Superintendent Segura, what am I missing?
Well, I was going to, one thing that we heard, because I know we're always trying to find opportunities to incorporate feedback from our community in these plans. So ELDA at Webb really supports, families that are coming into our community and those students. And so we're actually working to expand that in the other 2 schools, in Dobie and Burnett. We're working with the multilingual education team. We've got a structure in place. We have ability to launch it. So that's just another, resource that we're expanding from one that we heard loud and clear was valuable. It's not going to go away. In fact, we're going to expand it to the other 2 schools. Again, that's like direct feedback from the community that we heard. And I think it's going to bode well and help support those students that are new to our community or do have high mobility rates.
Thank you for that. And I want to just really share appreciation and then a question, again, based on our role with resources about that family engagement, that community engagement. That deeper engagement takes time, and I know we're asking a lot of our campus leaders instructionally in a lot of different ways. And just have 2 questions about the CAC Plus groups with an emphasis on the plus and also that deep family engagement, really that's understanding our families as experts and really hearing what people have been coming to our meetings again and again, saying, we're ready, we are here, put us to work, and we want to partner with you. Do we feel that $150,000 per campus is enough to kind of give the campus leaders the support they need to manage that, to make it meaningful, to make room for that? And then the second is how will people be notified of the opportunity beyond just talking about it in a board meeting that most people aren't watching?
Yeah.
And that's in a language that honestly a lot of our parents don't speak, so.
Yeah. So the first thing is we're going to be pushing this out, across, multiple avenues. It's not just, the board meeting. So we'll be working with Allie in the communications department. It's one of the things that's difficult as you close the school year in the middle of summer. Families, rightly so, take a break. We all should take breaks. So it aligns well with our overall process as CACs get built up for the next year. But yes, we'll be promoting it. We'll be pushing it out and multiple languages and working directly with these campuses and those principals, as well as the other 13. To make sure that those communities are getting it, and if we need to, even with our ACPTA and neighborhood associations, having them help us push it out as well. Some I think will form fairly quickly, some might take a little bit longer, and there'll be people who want to engage that maybe don't kind of get to us till a little bit later, and we can make adjustments and add them. So I feel really good about developing it. It's a good structure.
Thank you for that. And then I'm going to take the moment to just speak one more time about the Ed Fund and talk about the power of what our community has done in partnership with the district through that tool in the past. During COVID, we had a call. Federal funding provided meals for students who weren't at school, but we knew that our students lived in homes where other people were experiencing hunger as well, and that just providing meals for our students wasn't fully supporting. We know that students bring a lot to our schools with them, and hunger is sometimes too often one of those things. And I think, during the pandemic, in partnership with our county, our city, and our donors, we provided more than 2 million, and with local restaurants who were keeping their people employed by doing this. Our community together in partnership and collaboration, in real love and understanding, provided more than 2 million meals. 2 million meals. And we are in a similar moment right now where this is an existential issue, not just for our district but for our whole community. And I am so grateful for the people who are speaking up, who are seeing the need, who understand we need to get this right for every student, and who realize they have a part to play, as Trustee Hunter and Dr. Reach said, in many different ways. And by partnering with our partners, by being donors, by showing up to volunteer through these new committees in so many different ways, and in ways that our campuses and our campus teams will know, will look different at each campus. So I really have deep faith in the power of our community, and as you said, to do hard things together. And this is immensely important, not just for these 3 schools, not just for the whole group of 16 schools, but for our whole community, and really appreciate what I'm hearing from our community about pulling together.
And Trustee Boswell, as we close, I just want to, we can absolutely do this. Our partner believes this, our families believe this, our student. We can 1,000% do this. We have a plan, we can implement, and I also want to kind of reiterate, we got to this plan, restart district managed at these campuses with feedback we got from the community. This is not the easiest path to break the accountability chain. Let's be clear, that's not what this is. This is the plan that leans into our communities, are the values that we have as a community, and we feel strongly that this can be very successful. So I just wanted to make sure that that was said before we closed.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And I did have a question from a couple of colleagues about our time as a legally required hearing. This is also neutral time, similar to the hearing about our budget. It is one of to adopt a turnaround plan, a Texas district must have a hearing. And again, similar to our earlier hearing, we will take a vote during our regular voting meeting on this issue. So any further questions? All right, at this time, we will adjourn our public hearing, take a short break, and then return to open the regular voting meeting. And Trustee Secretary Gonzalez, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Meeting is adjourned at 7:42 p.m. In compliance with Chapter 551 Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a regular voting meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, June 26, 2025 at 7:53 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at Austin ISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum and Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. Welcome and thank you for joining us again. Our next item is committee reports. We have posted written committee reports as an attachment to this item on our board docs agenda. This includes a committee report for the Board Policy Committee and the Austin Education Fund. The next item is the superintendent's report. Under Lone Star Governance rules, this time is not considered student outcome time, although time highlighting achievement of students aligned to our scorecard would count towards student outcome minutes. We will be highlighting some other things that our students have accomplished, and we have scheduled 15 minutes for this update. Superintendent Segura?
Thank you, President Boswell, and this is going to be a very brief superintendent update. As we close out the school year, I just want to take a moment to thank our students, families, and staff, and this board for everybody's dedication and partnership. Incredibly proud of the hard work that happens in every classroom throughout the year and the support that surrounds our students every day. To our seniors that graduated, congratulations, and to all of our returning students, we look forward to welcoming you back in the fall. Wish everyone a safe, restful, everybody please get rest, an enjoyable summer. That concludes my superintendent update.
Thank you. That was very speedy. I would love to take just a moment as a point of order to say we had more than 4,000 students graduating. It was incredibly joyful to celebrate our students, have a chance to celebrate with the families and other people who love our students. We had one principal ask the first-time high school the first generation high school graduates in the class to stand. I would say at least a third of the students stood, including the valedictorian and salutatorian.
Yep, that was cool.
Really all the things we're talking about tonight, our budget, our student achievement, all of it is leading toward that kind of success for our students. And just thank you for everyone in our community who's part of that. It was really, really joyful and meaningful. And every trustee spent time celebrating our graduates, which was really fantastic. So our next item is legally required. It's a notice of our intruder detection audit. This time is neutral under Lone Star Governance because it is legally required. And we've scheduled 5 minutes. And Superintendent Segura, can you please introduce the item?
Yes, thank you, President Boswell. I'd like to welcome up Dr. Jacob Reach, Chief Officer of Governmental Relations and Board Service, to share the notice of intruder detection audit update.
Thank you, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Segura. So as you know, the state created new rules for intruder detection audits where the state actually goes and checks campuses with exterior doors and then also interior doors. We've given these updates at most of our voting meetings, so I won't give all the details. But we do want to share that for this year, we had an additional 7 campuses audited since we last met, which actually means that all of our regular campuses got audited this year. We have some special campuses that necessarily are not always included, although some of them were audited as well. Out of the 7 that were conducted, 1 campus did have a finding that is included as backup in the executive section of this agenda item for the trustees. And we can discuss any concerns with that in executive session as allowed for under the Education Code. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reach. And I'll say the Safety and Security Committee has reviewed this, and our trend is to have fewer and fewer findings on our audits. So really appreciate all the work that's happening on campuses. Trustees, any questions or clarification for open meeting, knowing that we also have the opportunity to ask in executive session? All right, very good. Thank you. We will now move to our public testimony for items on the consent agenda. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public testimony portion of our meeting, called a dedicated Austin ISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up and speak in person or to audio record their remarks. Tonight we have no callers signed up to speak in person, and we have 4 recorded messages. We will now play those recorded messages for public testimony, so please listen carefully.
Marie, I'm calling on 7.4 turnaround plans. The campus intervention teams listed on school improvement webpage claim that principals were included as required by law. The principals were never included in planning or in even one conversation. There are also no principals for these schools. We do not have sufficient staff for these schools, and TAPs are required to include the staff in their credentials. The community meetings were not sent out to the community. Principals were prevented from sending out notices without approval from the district. The district did not give approval or send out the notices. I emailed everybody in Austin ISD to try to get the notices sent out, but AISD was on holiday. Limited and very prescribed engagement followed with hand-selected invitees, but this was also not the required engagement. The turnaround plans are de minimis. I believe we tore apart these school communities, and it has been heartbreaking to watch. Please keep Dobie Lieber, please keep the Dobie leader as either academic director in school improvement office or associate principal to give the school a chance at success and rebuilding its programs that all the kids and staff called about and the district promised to protect but did not. Thank you. Marie, 7.3, the district is still using or requiring the use of technology and apps that are not monitored by Gaggle. This was supposed to be a violation of district policy. 7.5, I've communicated extensively with AISD about its programming for the youngest of our students. There appear to be no standards and no oversight into our Head Start, early childhood, and ECSE programs. No curriculum being used at some campuses, inappropriate settings, no engagement, no peer models, no instruction, warehousing children starting at age 3, including those with disabilities. We need to improve, not just box check a compliance plan due to failures and abuse. Unfortunately, after more than a year of advocacy, I have not seen movement. 12.3, dyslexia services and AISD. We need CALTs at every campus, including secondary, an initiative Austin ISD endeavored for approximately 1 year before it disappeared. We cannot just offer one dyslexia program to children. It has to be individualized. Take Flight requires a CALT. Many campuses do not have CALT. Few do, meaning only about 5 kids on a handful of campuses can receive anything other than reading by design, which is inferior and inappropriate for some students. 12.4, we do not have a GT program at Austin ISD, even though we say we do. 12.9, changes for district staff at Magnets and Apps is positive and equitable change. 12.10, technology policy. Other uses, the section for other uses, if it's not required by law, absolutely required by law, this should be stricken from the policy. Also, the district needs to develop policy around what will be allowed as campus consequences, which should include many reminders and be student-centered. We see other districts doing DAEP and really inappropriate consequences, and the district needs to manage that at a district level to ensure that there's appropriate consequences for this new change that includes lots of reminders for our kids. 12.13, we do not have autism training, and PD should include specific autism training from an appropriately qualified and credentialed provider and not a minimal compliance training by a law firm. Staff need proper training and restraints as well from a student-centered and appropriate qualified and credentialed provider. Please make sure that happens. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Raul Longoria, and I'm here to express my deep concern about the decision to remove the Assistant Director of Community Engagement from their role, especially at this critical moment for Austin ISD. We're facing imminent school consolidations, an emotionally charged and complex process that will directly affect families, students, and staff across the district. These transitions require trust, transparency, and authentic community engagement. There is no one more qualified or better prepared than this person to lead that effort. They have earned the trust of our community, not with slogans, but with consistent action, cultural humility, and a deep understanding of how to communicate across differences. Removing them from this process undermines the very trust you'll need to navigate these changes. Families deserve someone who will listen, shows up, and follows through, and this person has done just that. For the sake of a smoother, more humane consolidation process, I urge you to reinsist the Assistant Director. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes our public testimony. Thank you to everyone who took the time to call in and share their input with us. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications about these comments, this testimony? All right, thank you. As a reminder to the public, please feel free to share any general comments or questions on non-voting items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. So our next item is an update on Mendez Middle School and Third Future, our 1882 partnership. As part of our 1882 agreement with Third Future at Mendez, we've asked the partner to provide quarterly updates. This conversation is not considered student outcome time under the rules of Lone Star governance, although we will be talking some about student outcomes. And for people who are hearing that we have added this to our agenda, that has been a request from trustees for real clarity about where our time falls on each agenda item. And part of what Lone Star governance hopes we will do as well is to help inform our community about Lone Star governance. So I hope we're offering some clarity, not just for the trustees, but also for our community on the rules of our agreed order and this piece of it. So Principal Willis and Assistant Principal Miranda have provided a recorded presentation. Thank you for sharing that with us. It's included in our agenda item on board docs, and they shared a presentation with backup data to go along with that. And we have scheduled 15 minutes for today's discussion. And Mr. Segura, can you please introduce our partners?
Yes, I'd love to. And we have Mr. Zach Craddock, Chief Executive Officer. We have Elizabeth Miranda, Principal, and then Siston?
Yes, or Marie.
Okay, Marie. All right, Marie Lipsy. Did I get that right? All right, Assistant Principal. Well, thank you for joining us. And as just mentioned, appreciate the video. And so I'll hand it over to the board for ask any questions.
Thank you, Madam President, trustees, Superintendent Segura. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here again. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. Do we have any questions? Trustee Gonzalez.
Hi, good evening. I just had one really quick question. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciated the additional pictures. Those were really nice to see all the different things that are happening at Mendez. I did want to ask if you might, at this point, have preliminary projections on your incoming sixth graders for next year. I know that you mentioned that you've been doing a lot of coordination with the incoming elementary schools, that there have been tours at Mendez. I wondered at this point if you had an idea.
Yes, so we successfully completed tours from Wydane, Langford, Houston, and Rodriguez Elementary. We had a lot of fun doing it. So the projected number for sixth grade is 182. Overall, with sixth, seventh, and eighth grade, we're projected 401. Okay. Yep. Yes.
But we're projecting conservatively at budgeting at 350.
Thank you, Secretary Gonzalez. Any further questions? All right, thank you all for, yes, Trustee Hunter, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Gonzalez actually asked my question, but I have a question. So when you say you've projected, are these students that have used, does Mendez use Enroll Austin? Okay, are these students that have used Enroll Austin to indicate their desire to attend Mendez?
So these are the ones that we already have on our ECST platform, Trustee Hunter. So these are the ones that are already registered with Mendez. Either they're coming in from the elementary schools into Mendez because they're zoned, or they've registered from another area. But yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was the number again? One more time, I'm sorry.
Sixth grade is 182. Yep, okay. Seventh grade is 116. Eighth grade, 103. So overall, 401 total.
Okay, and then perhaps Mr. Craddock can answer this because maybe I'm not remembering. Has Mendez, since you guys have come in, had sixth grade?
No, ma'am, we have not. We've
so
only
that's what
had
I
seventh and eighth. Yes, ma'am.
And so knowing your program, dyads, and all those sorts of things, are you all making any sort of additions or changes? Because they will come in expecting, and then we want to hold on to them. So have you done any sort of changes for those sixth graders that are coming in?
You mean foundational changes to the program, or?
Not foundational changes to the program, but let's say band, like orchestra. Those are things that we don't normally see with you guys, or they're like kind of in the dyads with different things like that.
That's correct.
So I'm saying, are there any changes to that sort of thing?
Yes, we've had to expand dyad program to accommodate the different grade levels, so we have that. We will have band with Mr. Shortley. We've had to reconfigure this summer because of ALC coming in, and that's fine. They've been great. The entire team has been fantastic to work with. So we will have the whole upstairs completely filled, as well as you come into the right, the downstairs, that wing as well. But yes, we have had to make more offerings to accommodate 182 more kids.
And then finally, I guess this will be more to the superintendent and to our administrative staff as far as Mendez is concerned, as we are making these efforts to uphold constraint 2. What efforts can the board do to continue to support that throughout the district, including Mendez?
As far as constraint 2 on our goal, yeah, the board, has been, I think, immensely supportive. For us as an organization, I think continuing to collaborate with the team here, recognizing that, there is going to be a shift next year with 6th grade coming in. Our 6th grade students at those schools for the last couple of years have had a different experience. We as a system have not been the best at supporting 6th graders in elementary when we did it so quickly. And so as we support our community transitioning our students back into the middle schools, just making sure we're aligned, we're communicating. If we see transfers to other schools, like, we saw many students go to Bedichek over the last couple of years because there wasn't a 6th grade at Mendez or just wanted a different option. So we'll continue to support and collaborate. As far as from the board, I think it's providing clear direction, as you always have, and continuing to engage along the way.
Then I would have a request of both you and the liaison with Mendez, the principal also, is that communication with parents continues, that we keep building that our expectations for parents are clear, and so that they know how they can best support their students. So thank you.
Would the board like for us to be engaging in the month of July with our rising 6th grade parents through town halls? We can do that. So we usually always do this for new schools, such as we did when we opened and partnered. We've done outreach with them, but if it would please the board and superintendent, we could do community town halls, the 2, maybe 3 in the month of July, so that we can get them in prior to back to school night, July 31st.
I think that's something you can coordinate with your.
Yeah, we can
do that.
let's have a conversation about, how to support the community and engage so that we're aligned. July can be difficult with families taking breaks, and so we want to make sure it's a productive conversation. So let's get together and we can talk about it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Singh.
Hi, thanks for being here. I wanted to ask, I know enrollment is something that you guys have been working on, and, clearly with, bringing the 6th graders in. But I also was curious to know about if you have any data or understanding of how many of your 7th graders are coming back for 8th grade at Mendez.
So our 8th grade, it's pretty much staying the exact same. All of our students coming back, with the exception of maybe, I can think off the top of my head, 5, just because they're relocating. But other than that, we're expecting our babies back. Yeah.
That's great.
Yes.
I mean, I think that's a big improvement from what you've had previously, correct?
Yes, yes.
And what would you attribute that to?
Reaching out to the community, and I think all of us really understand is that it takes a village. Okay, we can't do it on our own, so we engage our parents just that much more, Trustee Singh, and I think that's what's going to make us successful or continue that success, is just continue to engage those parents in what we're doing and what their students are doing, what they're learning, and how they're learning.
And I'd like to add, I think a lot of the credit goes to these two ladies sitting next to me. Ms. Lipsey's been there since year 1. So every single 7th and 8th grader will know her. She's taught them all English language arts. And Ms. Miranda has been consistent as well, started as ELD teacher and then moved in, emergent bilingual teacher, and then moved into the assistant principal role. So I think it's that consistency and leadership and building the relationships with the kids and maintaining a strong culture while keeping the academic standards high. So I give a lot of credit to them and Mr. Willis, our outgoing principal. Yes. That team, and not to mention a couple other people such as Ms. Aguilar, our teacher leader, and there's many other people, but these two get a lot of credit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions Perfect. Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate your presentation and your presence and your work. Thank you. So our next item is an update on school consolidations. This conversation is not considered student outcome time under the rules of Lone Star governance. We have scheduled 30 minutes for the next item. And Superintendent Segura, can you please introduce it for us?
Thank you, President Boswell. The team and I will present an update on the consolidation process. I have joining me Christine Steenport, Chief of Operations, and Dr. Rachel French, Director of Planning and our Project Manager. So with that, I'll hand it over to the team.
Good evening, Board. Tonight is our next update on the school consolidation process and where we are in the timeline. I'll move quickly. You've seen this school consolidations project roadmap many times before. We are here with the blue circles, ending the data collection and creation phase and now entering the analysis and refinement phase. So you've also seen this before. I just want to remind us about the tool. We have two parts. The first part's going to involve the data rubric where Dr. French will go into this more shortly. And this is going to highlight the misalignments, if you will. As a reminder, the school scores on this list will not directly lead to a school consolidations list. I just want to be very clear about that. The second part of our tool is what we're going to do to look deeper into the contextual analysis to understand not only the lived experiences of these schools and this campus, but also the implications and feasibility of any consolidation scenario. All of this is going to be updated and informed by our community engagement, which we have just finished a lot of that this week, and we will continue to deep dive into workshops the week of July 14th, 15th, and 16th. This is another timeline phase again. I just wanted to kind of highlight we're entering phase 2. We'll finalize your board priorities. Like I also said, we conducted those community open houses, and we really looked at getting feedback in regards to program realignment, transfers, and boundary. And the data rubric scoring and raw data will be published on August 14th, as you can see here in red. On the school consolidations webpage, and we'll begin to develop scenarios and campus level engagement around those potential scenarios. So now we'll go into the data rubric overview.
Hi, good evening. This is a slide you've seen from the previous board meeting, and if you want to click ahead through the transitions. We're not going to dive into this. You've seen it before, but just as a reference point, I'm going to be providing some slides on the specific data points. There's a lot on these slides. I will not be reading it all to you. You have it as reference. They are the same slides that we have gone through with the community in the various engagements over the last 2 weeks. We will be diving deeper into them in July because, as you will see, it is far too much for anyone to just process in one sitting. And so we are putting it all out there for the community to read and absorb so we can have a more fruitful, in-depth conversation, both in person and virtually, in July. So this next slide just I think, did we?
No, skip one.
Oh, yes, okay. So this is new. This is just showing you, new to y'all, we did show this to the community of just proposed weights of the various data points. All of the weights are driven through logic that is presented on the following slides in terms of how much we think this will impact the cost savings or result in us being able to better provide a well-resourced, well-rounded experience at our campuses. And so you'll see here the weights. This is all subject to y'all's feedback as well as feedback that we'll have with the community in July. So this is our first proposal. And so I'll go through each of the data points quite quickly. As you may recall, we are going to be weighting the overall score based on the students that attend the campus. And this is for a variety of reasons. You can keep, yep. And so the support and resource index is our measure of who are we impacting and how can we meaningfully allow this data rubric to adjust for that, and also acknowledge that a lot of the other data points are impacted by historic and current inequities in the school district. And so this is one metric of many for us to check that as we go through our process. And then the next following slides, I'll just briefly define them. And again, we really want to spend time hearing from y'all and having a conversation. July will be the moment that we really dive deeper into these. We will be looking at utilization rate, so how full or empty is a building based on how many kids we could fit, how many kids are currently attending. So it's really a percentage. This is our largest driving weight that we're proposing in our data. The next is looking at facility conditions, so the quality of the building, warm, safe, and dry. We are adjusting for the proposed bond work. It is kind of the second tier of weight at 25%. We can offset a lot of costs in terms of thinking through building quality. They're a big cost driver. Next slide is educational suitability. So this is effectively the types of spaces in our buildings. How big are they? Are they suited to teaching and learning as we want to see it? We also know teachers can do really great things in not great spaces. So that's why you'll see that the proposed weight is low. It's important, but not as important as some of the other factors. Next slide introduces the first of two cost data points. They're both at a per student level, so we can better compare campuses. So it's really taking overall costs divided by the number of kids that are enrolled in the certain school year we're looking at. First is about building and operations, so utilities, rentals, actually keeping the facility moving. And this next data point is on academic support, so staff salaries, materials, the things that get the instruction going. So that was a lot. I'm going to toss it back to Chief Steamport to talk through the survey.
Thank you, Dr. French. So I'm just going to be doing a very abridged version of the few key takeaways from the survey. As you can see here, our first initial response rate from our community, our staff, and our caregivers, we were actually really happy to see such a great representation and response rate from those participants for our first survey. We collected 14,024 surveys across Austin ISD communities. And we sent unique requests for surveys to primary caregivers for each student. So if you have a student in Austin ISD, if you have multiple students in ISD, you might have received multiple surveys for those specific students. Because of this, we were able to calculate a response rate for the groups, as you can see there. For the caregivers, it was 12%, and then also we collected for staff of 20.55%. You can also toggle through those, and I'll get into that in a little bit, by types and locations. I wanted to showcase this. This is the interactive dashboard that you can find on the web page. I want to orient you a little bit to this. This is exactly what is on the web page. We invite you, if you haven't already, to play around with it. You can toggle between different page views on the left and different data sets, and on the right you can filter different options and drill down to each level, campus location by trustee district, and other options. And then at the top you can simply hit reset, and you'll be able to kind of view dynamic charts in live view, and so you can select different views and start over again. It's really fun. Secondly, we asked participants to rate the importance of 20 school factors. So in blue, you will see all factors were rated as either very or extremely important. And in red, factors with the highest level of importance of across all participant types. As you can see, those are academic excellence, property values, strong leaders, and student relationships. The next here, participants were able to select up to 2 of the 20 factors to represent their top concerns in relation to consolidations, and 2 factors where they see potential benefit from consolidation. So the top concerns for all participants included quality teachers and academic excellence. And then participants also indicated the potential benefits along with balance of resources, varying perspectives, program choice, strong enrollment, and extracurricular programs. We also, lastly, I know I've mentioned this a few times, you can look at that survey on that dashboard live on our website here, austinisd.org/consolidate. And we also have Dr. Jay Brown here from the Research and Analytics team if there are specific questions that you may have.
We did, to add to that, include a feedback form with the recent round of community engagement that did include some more free response. I know that was important to y'all in the community. That is also available on our website. So those that were unable to attend the sessions, they can still access the slides and the recording and all that information and provide their feedback to us in that way. So that is up and running. We are also going to be sending you a board-specific form similar to the one you'll have now as to get your feedback on the data rubric. So digest this over the next week, and we'll be sending that to y'all when we get back from break.
And Dr. French, I think one thing that'll be helpful to share with the board is just the update and the calculation methodology for utilization. I think it's important that we kind of share broadly kind of what is used to build that up and how it might be different than it was in years past.
Yes, great question. We've gotten feedback from really in tune community members as well as from our principals about really wanting to make sure that if we're using the utilization percentage, which is basically the how full or empty is a building, and that is based on how many kids we can fit. So we need to be sure we have a solid number on the how many kids can we fit, so the capacity that we're talking through. And so we've been working with our principals to make sure that our methodology, which we introduced back in 21-22 school year, was sound. One key difference, or not even difference, it was already included in there, was how we treat special education across the board. So those you can fit intentionally, you don't want as big of a class if it's supporting special education. And so, but we were not including that when special education was offered in portables, for example, because our capacity, we only are including the main building. We don't include portables in terms of how many kids we are fitting in a school. However, because of that, it was artificially making our capacities not apples to apples, because some campuses were including special education in our calculation and others were not. And so we worked with the principals to agree that we are going to standardize that. So regardless of how many special education courses are offered or where they're currently offered, we are assuming that, and there's a baseline that we'll share with the public and we can share with y'all of how many per school size we are accounting for. But it does effectively lower the capacity that y'all may have seen previously. So a campus that might have held 500 students might now be the same exact building, but the capacity will actually look a bit lower because we are being more accurate with how our facilities are being staffed and how we want them to operate to best serve our students. And that will also impact the total of empty seats that you might see us presenting. At the beginning of this process, we were stating that we had 25,000 empty seats throughout the district. After we've gone through the efforts of being more accurate with how we're representing that, it's now 21,500, so still very substantial. We have a lot of room to fill and opportunities there, but I just wanted to make sure y'all and the public are aware that this has been a process that we've been engaging with the principals, and there's going to be a final layer of them kind of confirming the number throughout July, and in August when that rubric is published with all the scores, it will be kind of the final number that shouldn't change again for the foreseeable future. Yeah.
Thank you both for all of this. Trustees, do we have questions? Trustee Singh.
Thank you so much. This is really fascinating information on the survey. It's so interesting to see. I am happy to see academic excellence and quality teachers as being like the two big things. And okay, good. We're in the right business. People are like that. So I think that really brings to mind for me, we're calling this a school consolidation conversation, which it is. I think one of my observations, this is not really a question, this is just some observation, is I know because of all the conversations we have that school consolidations are not the end game. And I know that you understand that. We're not just doing this for the sake of consolidating schools. There's some, bigger goals that we are trying to achieve. Maybe I'll call it the end game. In my mind, we're doing all of this for a few big reasons. One, the most immediate reason is to save money. Quite frankly, that's the budget. We just had this huge budget presentation. We are in a dire situation. We know that, there could be a justification there is saving money. The second thing is ensuring high quality neighborhood schools with a clearly articulated list of what any parent might be able to expect if their child attends any elementary, middle, or high school in AISD. That's something I've been hearing over and over again in these community sessions. And so I think it's really critical for us to define what that is. We have our scorecard, yes, but that doesn't really tell you the how part of it, what a family can expect. The scorecard is something that the board created that allows us to judge the success of the district at a very high level, but that's not really what a parent is thinking about. When they walk into the school, they want to know, do we have highly qualified teachers? Do we have, counselors? Do we have certain services and arts activities and ballet folklorico and all of these things? And so I think it's I'm hoping that that becomes a more prominent part of this discussion, because we ought to know what we're aiming for here. Again, I think another thing that we've got to consider as we're thinking about, what Dr. Foster was saying earlier about the vertical and the horizontal alignment, it applies to all of our schools, not just our 3 middle schools that we're turning around, but all of us. And that means we've got to step back and really understand, like, thinking about all of our application-based schools and our special programs, are those truly equitably spread throughout the district? And I think we want to make sure that every child has access to that, but it might mean that we have to make some big changes to make that happen. Again, I don't know if we have the courage to do that as a board, but this seems like a good time to do that. If we're gonna, we're already gonna make people mad, and so let's just actually do the right thing in the process of all of that. And I don't know what that right thing is. I just know that that needs to be a big part of the conversation. I think this is an opportunity to really create these aligned vertical teams. And of course, in the process of all of this, keeping in mind what TEA rules and guidelines might be that we're working within. I don't know if we can consolidate 2 F-rated schools. I just, things like that. So these are all the things that we've got to consider. So I guess, I think that as we continue having these conversations, and I thought the staff has been doing a great job, by the way. I know it's hard, but I have really seen you guys really sharing the situation we're in and trying to get all the pieces together. But I think one thing that can really be helpful for all of us is to be super clear about the end game. What are we trying to do with all this, and start every conversation with that. I just keep hearing that over and over again, because if we step away from the big picture, then we are creating the conditions for infighting and things like that. And we've always got to bring it back to, what are we trying to do for all of our kids, and especially the ones who are most dependent on our systems. And so I don't know if the tool, as I see it, where it's really jumping out at me, some of these bigger picture items. I know you have on the timeline, you have oh, we're gonna talk about boundary changes, but the boundary change is not really part of the tool. So I'm how can we make that integrated? How do we really define where is the conversation on the academic vision, so we know what we are trying to build for each school? So now's your chance.
Well, so what I'll say first is, all of this is connected. The consolidation process, trying to get our budget to be balanced and healthy, to provide what we need in our schools, the accountability challenges that we know we have to, own and also operate in alignment with our values. It's all connected. These are not independent. And I think that whenever we take on large tasks like this, they feel isolated, but they're not. And to your point, what is the end game? Well, the end game is to have a vibrant school system that has the resources needed to meet our students' needs, wherever those students are and whatever lived experience those students have. Right now, we don't have those resources. And I talk to principals, and I hear often, Matthias, can I just give you $100,000, or what can we do to help kind of reduce the pressures of the budget? And I tell them, no, that the opposite needs to happen. We need to figure out how to push. No, I can't. No, because I want that to stay in our schools, but because it's a shared understanding of how dire things are. But to your point, we absolutely have to define, what it should look like in every school and resources we should have. One of the challenges I think we had when we started this is, in years past, one of the things that occurred was we would maybe not be criticized, but the process would be criticized because maybe we were hiding the consolidation word, right? And we were not being transparent about what was going to happen or what was very likely to happen. And so, and it's also having a conversation with the board as to which thing comes first. Academic alignment or programmatic alignment, do you refine when an opportunity exists after consolidation is identified, Or would you flip it and say, we're willing to consolidate, to improve programmatic alignment, right? Those are two different things. And so we're trying to develop a process that identifies the opportunity for consolidation and then say, okay, now that we have this based on things that we can agree on, what adjustments can we make, boundaries, transfers, otherwise. Now, what I've heard from community and what I've heard from trustees is similar to what you're saying now, is, we need to kind of create a more balanced approach and talk about what we want to be and where we need to go. And so we had conversations earlier this week about that, but it is all very much tied together. Right now, like Title I going down by 25%, which largely funded our instructional coaches, which directly impacts student outcomes. Like, I don't have the ability to find the dollars over, the number of schools that we have to provide those. And so if we agree that every school should have an instructional coach, or every school should have this number of content interventionists, or this number of teachers, or these types of supports, or maybe it's fine arts or athletics, whatever it might be, that is an important step in the process. And I agree with you, it needs to be brought forward and emphasized in a real way as we move forward. So that feedback is very helpful.
Yeah, and I think, I would go as far as saying, can we put that in the timeline, on the roadmap? Can we actually say, we are gonna have our academic vision and core experience articulated by August or whatever date, just so that we
I think
are
we
holding
can,
ourselves
and that's
accountable to
feedback
that.
I've gotten from trustees, so I think we absolutely can do that. I do want to be really clear about when we say academic vision, in previous efforts to introduce that effort, it is almost a year-long effort, right? In a traditional sense, if you were to, really go through a traditional process. So we have to think about, what process could we go through that builds it up in a way that we can agree as, kind of the effort to take us all the way through this. Because if we take 9 months to build out a vision, it's not going to work. And so I think we need to hear from trustees, what could work? Because there's a lot of work that's already happened, right? Through the LRP, through the equity assessment, through just y'all's shared understanding of what's happening in the community, in our community itself. So I think we can incorporate that as feedback we've gotten, but I just want you to know it's going to be a modified structure because we don't have 9 months.
No, I agree. I think we could whip one out based on all the work that we have our equity assessment. That right there already took a year or longer to do. We have, I know Dr. Hawley had created something that was really, I think originally came out with conversations from maybe with Trustee Hunter, I can't recall exactly, but it was really looking at what our African-American students needed and centering that. And I just remember seeing some kind of document. So I think we have the pieces. It's just putting it, and actually at our last board meeting, there was a link to our numeracy framework. And I was like, oh, okay, that exists. That's awesome. So I think we already have a lot of the pieces. I think it's just, we gotta have something, even if it's not a perfect year-long typical thing.
Yeah.
But we gotta say, this is what we're aiming for. And so that's gonna really help ease the conversation and the decision-making, because if we know what our North Star is, then we can say this is gonna help us get there. Just like with our scorecard, we know we're doing these things because we've got all these goals to meet. And so we kind of pivot and think of this more from a slightly planning operational lens as well, which we don't normally do with our scorecard stuff, but it's kind of blending the two together. So I hope my goal one day, once we get report cards home to every parent, my next goal is, can we figure out a way to kind of have, we have the ESA and the FSA for every campus. I feel like we have more, I have more information on how our campus facilities are than on how our campus programs are. There's no easy way for me to assess that beyond STAR scores, and we know that that's not the whole story. Yeah. So I just hope as a result of all this, we have a real opportunity to kind of tease those factors out as well.
And we have to figure out a way to bring everybody together in a way that aligns with LSG. And so it's there's a lot of constraints that we're operating in.
But I do appreciate I'm gonna hold us to having a date somewhere on this timeline for having an academic vision, or whatever you want to call it, like that well-articulated thing, unless, I mean, I know I can't just be like, you need to do this, but, this is an opportunity for other trustees to kind of, if y'all feel like that's something, I'd love to hear it too.
Thank you.
I really appreciate Trustee Singh's sort of call for goal clarity and saying, save money, preserve this type of programming, or make this type of programming available to all. Like I want to speak to a physics professor right now in the many body problem. So you have two things and they're orbiting. We can predict what's going to happen. You add one more body, and then it's chaotic. The ability to predict an outcome just becomes immensely complex. You add another body, it becomes more complex. This is like a many body problem where it's going to be really difficult to come up with a really nice, elegant solution. And having goal clarity doesn't resolve everything. In fact, it ensures complexity, but it's helpful. If we have goal clarity, we have a North Star, and one of the things it's gonna do, and I guess this is my multi-week tirade or something on this, it's going to make us acknowledge tensions that exist that we have refused to deal with. And you have these tensions around, so you take our turnaround plans, you have tensions around a neighborhood school and giving people the choice to go to other schools against the reality that that has an impact on the neighborhood school. So if we acknowledge family autonomy to go wherever, that's great and that's a value, but it has an implication. And then it's up to a board led by a community to decide where we're gonna land on this. And I think we need to have many difficult, there's probably 4 or 5 areas where there's very difficult decisions that have been kicked down the road for decades, or worse yet, decided in favor of inequity for decades. And I know Brandy Hulsek will say, never waste a crisis. This is a never waste a crisis moment where we're in it deep, might as well deal with some things now and make some decisions about feeder patterns and make some decisions about equitable access to programming and make some decisions about application-based programs versus neighborhood schools. I'm terrified because I've never seen a consolidation or closure or whatever you want to call these plans. Inevitably, if they lean on efficiency and effectiveness and money saving is heavily weighted, you know where that goes. That goes to this side of the track getting screwed every time. And I understand our need for fiscal responsibility, but we're weighing that in the context of educational equity. And that balancing act, we got to make decisions about. Because if we do what in my mind would be right, there'd be a whole lot of powerful people that would be very, very, very unhappy and vocally unhappy and effective in their ability to mobilize, and they would little by little by little switch where we landed when we were just driven by the equity lens with the fiscal responsibility as part of it. So I'm terrified. And I'm just gonna say this as early as I need to say it. I will not support anything that ends up on the equity lens screwing over one side of town more than another. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. And that puts an onus on the administration because we're gonna have to be all thought partners in something really creative, because the only thing I will support will be something that enhances the educational experience of those who have been historically deprived and historically marginalized. So apology for not having a great smart question around this stuff, but I think it is worthwhile to state that clearly, explicitly, boldly, early on in the process. And when I say that, I'm only channeling several thousand people who feel this way with even a greater depth of history and a greater depth of experience when these things get raised up. So it's early on, and I applaud and I'm grateful to the administration for this thoughtful rollout and thinking through every step. But every day is going to get harder. And I'm going to need to see the creativity and the commitment to educational equity lived out through that creativity before I end up being supportive.
Thank you. Trustee Hunter?
I'll be quick. I just want to do a clarity check with you, Dr. French and Chief Steenport, because there were a lot of big words used, but if somebody was in the kitchen, I promise you all they heard is you're going to close underused schools. That's all they heard you say, even though you explained it. So I just want to go over it again so that we can be really clear. What you gave us were data points. And even with those data points, whatever that score is, does not determine what is going to happen, because there's also a contextual, cultural, historical lens that we will be using. And so we've had conversations in the work that we're doing, and I just want the community to know, as well as Trustee Foster, is saying it, we are talking about those things. There are schools that are small for a reason, right? And if there's something we could do, they're being creative, like, a school within a school, we don't know. But we are looking at that. And because, the majority of this group, save a couple people, lived through the first one, right? Some of us were sitting here, some of us were sitting there, and either side, we can agree it was not done well, right? And so we are using that historical knowledge and that pain and that frustration with the current crisis of fiscal devastation, capped off by a takeover possibility, and all of that to come out with something beautiful. And again, Brandy is right, never waste an opportunity. Trustee Whitley Chu said, we could have an opportunity to do something really good, really well, something that should have been done years ago, right? And it's, do we have the wherewithal as a board to do those things now? And so I just want to do a clarity check with the community one more time. We said that these are data points used not to make a final decision, but to contribute to the context and the culture and all these other bits and pieces before you bring anything to the board. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you for that.
So I think I said it enough for people, because maybe somebody was changing the baby and all they heard was underutilization, right? It's like, what does that mean? And then finally, you and I had this conversation. Yes, no, I don't even know what day. What's the day? Thursday? Was it Tuesday? Monday? I don't even know what day. It was sometime this week. And what we talked about was, and a parent mentioned it, to my knowledge, let me preface that. There is no intention of flimflammery, right? That we're not trying to do that, right? That is not our intention. But we are baked in a system where we use a lot of edge speak, and half the time Matthias is like, that's like, what does that mean, right? Because he's speaking from it's a function of time. What does that mean, right? And so he's teaching me all of these terms. I'm using edge speak or whatever, and I'm like, oh, that means this. We have to do the same thing for our community, is when we say, and our community is such that not everyone will be like, what? What does that mean? But so we have to check ourselves and be like, ... Just like when we were in school and there was like, that means, in parentheses, not that our community is not intelligent or smart, but they don't live in this, right? It's like the fish, right? And the other grown fish says like, how's the water today? And the two young fish went by and I'm like, what the hell is water? If you're in it all the time, you don't notice it. And so as we continue to talk to our community, that's part of that community engagement, is that we speak. And now I'm gonna call out Ashley, our coach, who has given us some useful information. And she said that anytime we're presenting things, it should be at a 6th grade level so that everybody can digest it. So as we move forward, we just need to make sure that we continue to do that so that everybody is actually a part of the conversation and not just sitting in the room being smothered by big words. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Singh.
Well, I know I've gone twice, but do you want to go? Okay, so just real quick, as you were speaking, I was like, oh, okay. So I'm looking at this slide that has one tool with 2 parts. I think one thing you might consider is having a part 3, which is related to those end game things that I just listed out. Like, how well does this, save us money, create strong neighborhood schools, create special programming that is accessible to all, and whatever my fourth thing was. Okay, what was my fourth one?
We have to watch YouTube later.
Yeah, should watch YouTube. Oh yeah, the TEA stuff. Okay, does this comply? Like, that would be at least aesthetically, it would seem like that has as much importance as the other two, but when I see something that's a tool and it doesn't even address those issues, I get a little worried. You know what I'm saying? So that's just kind of like, just an idea about how to kind of operationalize this alignment and just elevate the other things to the same level as like the FSA and ESA. Right.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Quintana.
Thank you. I really want to thank you. I know this is not easy work, and I don't envy where you are, and I'm sure you probably wouldn't rather be where I am either, so I guess we're on the same page. I want to agree with Trustees Foster Hunter and seeing, I grew up on the east side in the 2-3, and I got up at 6 a.m. to get on a bus to be at school in South Austin at the Ann Richards School by a little before 9 a.m. And it was a privilege, and I will always be grateful for the education that I got. But it wasn't until I was older, much older, that I understood the concept of neighborhood schools. And I didn't realize that everybody didn't have to leave their neighborhood to get the things that they needed. Basic things. I thought that was how everybody was living their life. Everybody just ran all around town to get all of the stuff that they needed. And, where I grew up, we didn't have everything we needed in Capitol Plaza. It's just what it is. And so as I think about our future and where we are now, I think about what my aunt would have wanted for me in school, what I want for my nieces and nephews who are in school, which is a place that invests in them, that values them and their families. And when I think about that, I think about having in Ann Richards Middle School or high school in every neighborhood or in every neighborhood school. I want, everyone to get the same education that I got or have the same opportunity to excel and succeed, even if they have different challenges. And so when I think about how to make that happen, it does require radical change. It does require this board to be brave. And I think about just even a baseline of what we want in every single school, that it doesn't matter if I live in Southwest Austin or Northeast Austin. I know that if I send my kid to a middle school, they're gonna get the same baseline education, that I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to move. I don't have to put my kid on a bus at 6 a.m. to get down to South Austin to get the education that she needs to go to college or be career ready. And I'm not sure if that is a consolidation of resources or if that is a reallocation of resources, which I think if it's the latter, that is where we have to be brave. But, I believe we're here because people were kicking the can down the road in order to make some of our schools really, really great. But that comes with consequences, and now we're dealing with that. And so I hope that we can come up with a tool that doesn't kick stuff down the road, because we're just gonna be right back here. And as I see it, public education is for every kid, not just certain kids. And so we should be making all of our decisions thinking about, every kid on every side of the track. So, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee De Urioste.
So one thing, listening to my colleagues on the dais here, I'm looking at slide 6. It says, how should accountability affect our decisions? And, kind of the two sides of this as I'm kind of thinking it out. We've seen with the turnaround plans, the way that the accountability is driving investment in schools that need it. And one of the concerns that comes up over and over again when I hear people talking about consolidation, and even when we were talking to Dobie, Webb, and Burnett, those communities, is the idea of divesting from areas that actually need investment. And so I'm wondering if we can look at that as an additional weighting, or, when we look at that other area, if we're just closing things in the areas where we have Fs, we're actually investing less geographically in that area. Whereas, many of these areas that already have As, they don't necessarily need more investment. And so, whether it's looking at like distance to an A-rated school, or, how far those students would travel. I know transportation's been a piece in here. But I'm curious to hear more as we go through this process, what weighting we can look at that ties into either geography or accountability, in the sense of that, I would look at this and, just looking at the map that, has been gone around of the accountability scores, geographically, those are areas that we would presumably be investing more if we had to do turnaround plans, if we get these scores. And so I don't want closing the schools to just be a way to get out of having to do that investment piece, which I don't think is obviously the intention here. But as we've learned from these communities, people are constantly saying, why weren't you doing more earlier? We did have efforts ahead of time, but we can see that these areas need more investment. And so, I would like to see that included in that, that calculation as we're going. We have this current assessment, and so, it is fairly clearly geographically divided. And so when we look at those plans, I think that bears some value in weighting on that, so that we're not actually pulling resources from areas that we've been, presumably, we're getting all the data that we need to be putting more into those areas. And so when we do the cost savings, that's a long-term benefit, because, that's also going to just lead to migration of students, geographically to the other side. People are going to move towards the A schools, or they're going to get bused towards the A schools. How can we invest so that we're creating those A-rated schools where they're needed, so that people can have access to those locally?
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just kind of food for future conversation.
That's the feedback we need. I think it's, having studied these processes, having gone through it, there's a lot that we need to talk about now, so that at the end of it, we're still together. The one thing that rips districts apart are going through things like this and not being together. So I hear being brave. We can be brave. We can do hard things. But I've also been there at the 11.5 hour when votes are taking place, and that it's a very difficult place to be. And so I'm always going to, communicate like how to do it, what we can do, learn from and get input and adjust and refine. But I want to be honest about, the fact that we still have to get through it. And if we don't get through it, then there'll be a lot of pain inflicted and nothing will be accomplished. And so I think it's important that we all agree early on, to Trustee Singh's point, what is the end game? What is the goal? And this is not going to get us all the way there. You can't. There's just, it's not. It's how we manage resources. It's the boundaries. It's the consolidations. It's going to be 2 years from now, decisions that we make. But if we know what that end game is, then we're always working towards something. But no, I think it's a question. It's something we've talked about, different ways to account for it, different controls that you can put so that you're not creating that kind of strain within the school district. And yeah, I think it's great feedback. This is when we need it. So please share it. Continue to share it.
Kind of just repeating myself just to make sure it's clear. When we were talking to Dobie and Webb and Burnett, closure, restart, all those options. And, there was a lot of concern that I was hearing about the effect of closing the school and whether we're going to lose ground in that area. And so when I look at the accountability and I see this, question of how do we incorporate it in there, I think that's a good one to tie into the geography and make sure that we have those A-rated schools, equally accessible to people across the district. And if they're not there, that's where we need to build them. We need to make sure we're investing in those pieces. And so when we go through that consolidation, every campus we're closing is one that doesn't get a chance to be an A-rated campus. And when there's already several in the area, to me, there's plenty of access there. Whereas, I look in another area and how do we ensure that those students are getting that investment? So,
Yeah, and right now, if we continue on this path with the constraints in the budget, those schools, all of our schools are going to get less every year. We want all of our schools to be successful, right? And we certainly recognize that ratings are one thing, but there are many incredible things happening in all of our schools. And so, no, I hear you. I mean, that's part of the challenge with navigating this process.
Thank you. More questions or comments? Trustee Willie Chu.
Yes, I wanted to. So I think what's super important is people sharing their experiences and getting to hear each other's experiences and really level set what's going on, because everyone comes from their own experiences and understanding. And that's, I know this is still, we're trying, it's gonna be a quicker process, but we tried to, we're giving it some time. You need time to not be like in a fight or flight to actually be able to listen. So I think like level setting with the history of what's going on. There are people who just moved here from New Jersey. They don't know any of our history, or maybe a lot of us, you lived in your part of town your whole life and you have your experience. So I think being able to listen. And I think, when we're looking at those schools and the labels, a lot of it is the labels caused the movement. And because when I get to go to these schools, so I know that they're excellent. I know that I would want to send my kid to any of the elementary schools I've walked into. They're so fun and joyful. And there are people who are, it's because of like even our most recent policies where enrollment is so open. The Enroll Austin system came up, and if you're a parent and you've gone through the pandemic, you've gone through all this trauma, and all you know is like it's your job to find the best thing for your kid. So when all the information you have is this school has where do I want to? Well, of course, I want to send my kid to the A school. Okay, which one's closest to me? And all our schools are really close together. They're really, really close. And so that has created this problem where people haven't even visited their home campus, or some of our campuses are more used to tours and visitors and that expectation, and people aren't getting let in. And they're driving past several schools because we can't have like our computer be like online shopping, because that also puts pressure on parents. Like it feels like something you have to do to be a good parent for a lot of people. So people need to know what our schools have to offer, and actually get to come inside and take that chance to really see what we're all about. And so I'd also ask, when we're looking at, we do have to de-risk this situation, because so students can breathe and actually get to learn and not be under the, okay, we need more data just to like make sure we're not gonna get all taken over. Like, that's not healthy for kids, that's not healthy for their teachers, and that's why they have churn, because it's trauma and it's burnout. So it's the labels cause the perpetual labels. So we have to figure out how to let those schools breathe and be really creative. Like what we're looking at was the makeup of schools. We've thrown around like EC through 8s. We've thrown around lots of different stuff. And these modern schools we can do a lot of things. And so just I think one thing I'll ask when we're like listening to others' experiences, and I would say I'd like everyone working on this to take the time to learn about like inclusive education, because they're not special education programs or units. Like students have individual education plans, and these buildings allow students to have more inclusive education and especially if we have money to staff that correctly. No student should have to move to a different campus because they have a disability. So I'd like to see that come out of this process. So thank you.
Thank you. Additional? We good? All right. Thank you so much for the work, the update, and the work with our community so far and the work to come with our community. So really appreciate the deep dives that are coming and look forward to seeing you in August.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So we will now move to the consent agenda. As a reminder for trustees, the consent agenda is considered neutral under Lone Star governance, but discussion on individual items is generally not considered student outcome time. The administration has requested that we pull item 11.1, the MOU between Austin ISD and the University of Texas Principal Leadership Academy, for an abstention, for a separate vote, so a trustee can abstain. And the administration apologizes for not making this adjustment prior to posting. We also want to mention the board is being asked to consider item 12.2, the Student Success Guide, which is the Austin ISD Student Code of Conduct. We need to approve that each year before the school year starts. We will consider approval tonight, so the administration may start sharing this with families. And due to legislative changes, it is likely this guide will need to be updated, and the administration will bring those changes back in August after receiving further guidance from TASB and TEA. And I believe we also will likely have the similar for a cell phone policy, is my understanding, also in response to some legislative changes. And we have our own cell phone policy. It's item 12.10. On the agenda, so that families, students are starting the school year, teachers are starting the school year with a policy in place, so we're not abruptly taking that out of students' hands in the middle of the year. So we'll be bringing some modifications to these back as well. So trustees, are there any consent items anyone would like to pull for a separate vote, understanding that 11.1 has been pulled by the administration? All right. Do I have a motion, Secretary Gonzalez, to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, I move to approve consent agenda items 7.1 through 7.5, 8.1 through 8.5, 9.1 through 9.4, 10.1 through 10.4, 11.2, and 12.1 through 12.13.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Having a motion by Secretary Gonzalez and a second by Trustee De Urioste to approve consent agenda items 7.1 through 7.5, 8.1 through 8.5, 9.1 through 9.4, 10.1 through 10.4, 11.2, 12.1 through 12.13. Do we have, is there any discussion? Pardon. Yes, Trustee Hunter.
Very quickly, I asked a question, and I think it might have been answered, but it got lost in the email transition. I had asked a question about 12.13, and I didn't see it in the backup. It's for number 2 on the PD, district employees who regularly interact with students would be receiving that training on number 2, and I had asked if that included security personnel, like the folks that they deal with kids most often, right? And so having those skills would be very beneficial to them. So not now, but if they could answer my question, the administration would like actually resend it, or I don't know what happened to it, it's gone.
Was it? Yeah. We'll find it. If not, I may shoot you a text to send it.
Okay, perfect, and thank you. And then I just want to ask to direct the administration and other people to 12.12. Trustee Singh's question is something we need to consider before we have to consider it, right? To be ahead of that. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Trustee Singh.
So just FYI, and thank you, I did see the changes to the Student Success Guide that included AI. So let it be known that in 2025 is the first time AI was mentioned in any Student Success Guide. So anyway, it's there. And I know that we're working on a more robust policy, but at least it's mentioned here. So I really appreciate the staff making that change. Thanks, Dr. Williams.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I know that's been a discussion for a long time, and I know we have a committee working on that, so thank you for that. Yes, appreciate the clarity, and I know a lot of it has been well incorporated into a lot of people's lives, and we owe our students some clarity and guidance as they navigate that, so thank you. All right, any additional discussion? Okay, I will now reread the motion. Having a motion by Secretary Gonzalez, a second by Trustee De Urioste to approve items 7.1 through 7.5, 8.1 through 8.5, 9.1 through 9.4, 10.1 through 10.4, 11.2, 12.1 through 12.13. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. Secretary Gonzalez, do I have a motion to approve item 11.1?
Yes, I move that we approve item 11.1.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion on this item? Thank you. Having a motion by Secretary Gonzalez, a second by Trustee De Urioste to approve item 11.1, Memorandum of Understanding between Austin ISD and the University of Texas Principal Leadership Academy. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Any opposed? Any abstaining? And the motion passes by 7 in favor, none opposed, and 1 abstaining, with Trustee Foster abstaining. We have 2 additional items for separate vote. Trustee Gonzalez, Secretary Gonzalez, do I have a motion?
Yes, regarding item 13.1, I move to approve item 13.1, rescind the proposed termination of a professional employee during a term contract, JG, excuse me.
Okay, and just to clarify, do we have any trustees who would like to talk about this in executive session before we take a vote? That has become our custom to have that option. Just want to be sure before we move forward. Okay. Do we have a second on Trustee Gonzalez's motion?
Second.
Okay. Do we have any discussion on this item? Okay, having a motion by Secretary Gonzalez, a second by Trustee Hunter. All in favor of 13.1, rescind the proposed termination of professional employee during a term contract. JG, please raise your hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. Secretary Gonzalez, do I have a motion to approve item 13.2?
Yes, I move to approve item 13.2, adoption of the 2025-26 proposed general fund, food service, and debt service budgets.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, having a motion by Secretary Gonzalez, a second by Vice President Whitley Chu to approve item 13.2. Oh, do we have any discussion on this item?
Just want to
Trustee
say
Singh,
another
yes.
big thank you. I hope you're going to celebrate tonight if this goes the way we hope.
Any further discussion? All right, having a motion by Secretary Gonzalez, a second by Vice President Whitley Chu to approve item 13.2, the adoption of the 2025-2026 proposed general fund, food service, and debt service budgets. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion to approve our budget passes by all those on the dais. Thank you so much. I see some celebration. Thank you. Very, very hard-earned celebration. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So we will return to do some other votes and to close the meeting. I'm moving it forward in my script. We will now recess the open meeting at 9:11 p.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we're finished with the executive session, we will briefly return to the open session to take action on the transfer appeals and to formally adjourn the meeting. The action and adjournment will be recorded and will be included in all replays of tonight's meeting. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a good evening.